Thank you so much. I will now call this meeting to order. All right, we always begin with a pledge to the flag, and tonight,
Closed session.
thank you. See how often we forget? Yes, reconvening from closed session. Mr. City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. Earlier this evening, the City Council went into closed session to discuss the two items identified on the agenda. At this time, be appropriate to recess that meeting until the end of this 6 o'clock meeting.
We'll be going back in. So now I'm calling this meeting to order.
Yes.
All right, which I did, and we're going to do the pledge of the allegiance to the flag. And Councilmember Napolitano, would you lead the community in the pledge to the flag?
In a childlike
Place
way.
your right hand over your heart and pledge with me your allegiance to the greatest country on earth. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands,
one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. That was really well done.
Would you like?
So well done. Yeah.
Oh,
you got the pin. MPT has the pin.
There's my certificate.
Yeah, that's coming. There was a mistake. Thank you.
All right.
All right, Madam.
All I got was a shot glass. That's fine.
It's a toothpick holder. Madam City Clerk, roll call.
Councilmember Napolitano.
Here.
Councilmember Montgomery.
Here.
Councilmember Franklin.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Lesser.
Here.
Mayor Howitt.
Here. Okay, there is no ceremonial calendar tonight, so I need an approval of the agenda and a waiver full reading. And we have Richard Montgomery has made the motion, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Lesser. Call for the
What is
question. This is the approval of the agenda.
I've got a couple polls, Your Honor.
Okay.
Don't want this last few meetings to go by too fast, so I'm going to pull number 4, number 5, and number 8.
Okay.
Motion remains the same, Your Honor, with the exception items 4, 5, and 8.
Okay.
My second stand.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. All right. So now it's time for City Council and Community Organization announcements of upcoming events. You get 1 minute to tell us about your upcoming event.
Hello, good evening, Mayor and members of the Council. My name is Josh Murray. I am here on behalf of Manhattan Beach Library. Children ages 5 to 12 and their parents or caregiver are invited to join us for the November Dinosaur Magic Show tomorrow, Wednesday, November 20th, from 3 to 4 p.m. Learn all about dinosaurs as California Joe takes us 65 million years into the past with his Dino Magic Show. This program is sponsored by the Manhattan Beach Friends of the Library, and again, it will be Wednesday, November 20th, 3 to 4 p.m. Children 5 to 12. Thank you.
Thanks, Josh. And did you guys have good attendance at the speaker series from last Saturday?
We did. We had a nearly full house. We were also live streaming and had several people virtually attending. The number of signups plus waitlisted was 215.
That's great, and I heard fantastic things
I
about
attended,
it.
and I was going
Oh.
to compliment Josh and how well the library executed. We're talking about the speaker series that occurred at the library this past weekend.
I heard the author was great. That's fantastic, thank you. Any other community announcements? 1 minute.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Michael Hudek. I'm a Recreation Supervisor here with the city. I just want to invite the City Council and our community out to our holiday open house and pier lighting event tomorrow. The open house starts at 5 p.m. where the businesses are opening up their businesses to the local community. And we'll have a pier lighting event starting at 6 p.m. with the Manhattan Beach Middle School along with the high school at 6:30, followed by our own mayor going to be flipping the switch and lighting the pier all by herself at 7 p.m.
Not quite.
Yeah.
I have help on
The
the way.
legendary switch. So please come out. That'll be a great event. And we'll also be having a pickleball tournament at the end of the month after our Turkey Day, Thanksgiving. So come work out those turkey legs and sign up for our turkey tournament. all divisions between 2.5 all the way up to 4.0 for men's and women's, along with mixed doubles. They're all doubles teams. Close to 200 teams will be participating that weekend, and it should be a great time. Gift bags, shirts, and all the bunch, and everyone's fighting for bragging rights, so it'll be a great time. So please come on out. It'll be for a good time. Any questions?
Very cool.
Thank you.
Thank you. Lots going on.
Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members, city officials, Mr. Lee, my name is Bobby Bell. I am the recycling educator for Waste Management, or WM, for the beautiful city of Manhattan Beach. Just wanted to do a quick reminder of our At Your Door service. Any liquids that you want to get rid of that you know are not safe to go down the drain or down the storm drain, talking oils, pesticides, cleaning products, anything like that, you can call At Your Door. You can get to it through the city's website or through our website and arrange yourself a pickup on that. That's all I got for WM today. Hope you guys all have a blessed evening.
Your Honor, one question. Hey, Bobby, remind us all about Christmas tree pickup, so we're all here.
Christmas tree pickup will be the following, after Christmas, on your normal trash day. Please put your trees out on your normal trash day with your carts. No stand, no metal stand on it, no utensils, no bulbs, anything on it like that. Just
No
a bare tree.
utensils, no forks or spoons, I'm sorry.
Tinsel. Okay,
Gotcha.
that's hurtful.
Okay.
All right. Well,
How long does that go on? Is it for a couple weeks?
I believe it's 2 weeks following Christmas, but
'cause
I'm
some
sure I
keep
will
them
be
up.
back here to make further announcements on that.
Thank you.
You got it.
Thank you. I love tinsel. I need tinsel.
Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem. Hi, I'm Bobby Bell. The Chamber of Commerce reached out to me, said, Bobby, we can't make it. Will you please make these announcements for us? I said, of course I will. So please save the date. December 2nd is coming up to join the Chamber of Commerce holiday extravaganza. That will be at the Manhattan Village Mall from 5:30 to 7:30. Little charge to get in if you're not a member. If you bring an unwrapped toy, you can get in if you're a member for free. The second announcement is for the North Manhattan Beach Holiday Stroll Walk coming up December 5th from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. Meet Santa. There's a petting zoo, a photo booth, holiday pop-up stores, face painting, ugly sweaters, sing with carolers, see old friends, meet new ones. Hope you guys all have a blessed evening.
Well done. Any other community announcements?
Your Honor,
We have another from the community. I will.
when you're done.
Yes, sir.
I can't go without speaking again. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members. Jill Lampkin from the Downtown Manhattan Beach Business and Professional Association, and I wanted to tack on to what Michael had said about the biggest night of the holidays, which is tomorrow night in downtown Manhattan Beach. We have so much entertainment for everyone to enjoy, everywhere from Metlocks all the way down to Highland and the ends of Manhattan Avenue, live reindeer, bands, kids DJ and light show. There's going to be so much fun for everybody out there. But please make sure that you patronize all the stores and the restaurants. This is their gift back to the community to provide all of this entertainment for everyone. And we're hoping that you'll make your way in and say hi to all the owners and do some early holiday shopping. So, thank you.
Excellent. Okay. Any more community announcements in chambers? How about on Zoom?
No request on Zoom.
Okay. How about public comments? 3 minutes.
Your Honor.
Yes. Oh, golly gee. Yes, Richard. Yes.
Reminder, everybody, the 31st Annual Beach Cities Toy Drive is 12/21. We're not hosting this year. Hermosa Beach is in charge of it. We are starting to collect. We'll be collecting here, Lisa, in 2 weeks. You'll see boxes at not only the fireworks December 8th, but you'll see them out everywhere else, police and fire, and wherever Jill can twist somebody's arm downtown. You see them everywhere else to drop off your toy boxes, drop your toys off in marked boxes. We'll be collecting all the way past Christmas, but those starts around here. You'll see it pick up next 2 weeks. So any questions, let me know. 31st Annual Beach Cities Toy Drive. Thank you, Your Honor.
And on the 21st, will there be opportunities if residents want to go volunteer to wrap presents?
Yes, anytime past 11 a.m.
Okay.
We'll have wrapping paper, tape, scissors, and our restaurants donate food as well to help
Great.
people show up. That's their incentive.
Thank you for doing that.
12/21, 11 a.m., Hermosa Beach,
The
the Civic Center.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the coolest thing. All right, great. Any other council announcements before I move on? Okay, public comment. You get 3 minutes on any matter within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city council, including items on the agenda. But if you speak now on an agendized item, you forfeit the right to speak again on that same item. So one bite at the apple.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. I'm not going to be able to be in person at the next City Council meeting, so I just wanted to, in person, say thank you to Councilmember Napolitano and Councilmember Montgomery for all the service you have given to our community over the years.
I think we're around to
We're
the
not leaving
17th.
yet.
Oh, you're around till 17th? Oh, I thought it was the first. Well, anyway, thank
Practice
you
your
anyway.
speech, go ahead.
I'll say it again then on the
Say it
17th.
again, yeah.
I'll come back. Sorry about that. But I did also want to give a shout out to our contracted housing navigator, Myra Matias. She and I together last week, we were able to get a couple people into shelter, one into housing, and we also reunited a young man with his family out in North Dakota. And Be Safe paid for the bus ticket, which was an 84-hour trip, but he made it home. And we were Myra and I are just very proud of that, and we just wanted everybody to know. And I just want to let everybody know how awesome she is. Thank you.
That's really terrific. Great. Other public comments in chambers? Okay.
Good evening, Your Honor, council members. My name is Setar Gajar. I'm with Accelerate Manhattan Beach. I'm representing 7 homeowners on 26th Street. It's agenda item number 17. I'm here to ask you to take a deep look at the code, the municipal code section 7. These homeowners are on a walk street, but it's a unique walk street. It actually used to be a drive-through street, not the hamburger kind, but people or cars used to be able to drive through it. And in the 80s, there was a request from the community to make it into a walk street. So it's very unique, unlike the other walk streets. On one side, there are homes. On the other side, there is greenery of the Grandview School. And these homeowners are asking for a carve-out in regards to the height of the hedges, the trellis, and walls they have in their front yard. So I'm hoping you can take a deeper look at it tonight and understand that this is a different situation than all the other walk streets that do fall underneath that code. Any questions? Okay, thank you.
Other public comments in chambers? All right. How about on Zoom?
No request on Zoom.
Okay. Closing public comments. So we're going to move to the consent calendar. And we've pulled items 4, 5, and 8. Do we need to do a motion to approve the consent calendar without those? Yes, so I need that motion. Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Lesser has made the motion, and Councilmember Joe Franklin has seconded that. Approve.
Motion to move the consent calendar with the exceptions of 4, 5, and 8.
Okay.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, great. So item number 4, Councilmember Napolitano, you want to tell us what you're thinking here?
Thank you. I'd like to know what I'm thinking myself. So this is consideration of accepting the resignation from Parking and Public Improvements Commissioner Becker, declaring vacant the Parking and Public Improvements Commission seat number 2, which is the Business Community seat. I thought we had this discussion before, but really I'm bringing it up to talk about whether or not to even have this as a designated business community seat, because we spent months trying to get somebody to fill this position before because nobody wanted it. Then Ms. Becker took it, and then she can no longer do it. Whatever reasons are valid, I'm sure. But, is it going to be months again before we find someone? Why do we have a business designated seat at this point? I think that council can take that into consideration whenever they see a resume. But if we do not have any candidates that fill that, I don't think it should remain vacant for as long until we finally get someone who doesn't have anything else going on in their life to do this.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just to ask the city clerk, did we, during the last pass, have any additional candidates, or do we have any pending at present?
So thank you, Honorable Mayor, members of the council. We didn't have any. It took us a long time to get Kit Becker. We did have 2 business community seats, and we dropped down to the 1. So if we want to remove that one, I was looking for, there's Eric.
I have one question for the city attorney, if I could. Do we have the ability tonight under this heading to give direction, or must this come back with a dedicated item related to whether or not we remove the designation of a business seat?
Yeah, it should come back. This is not within the scope of this item.
Thank you.
Can I just ask that the council do take the action on accepting the resignation and declaring the vacancy?
Yes,
Thank you.
I would move to do that.
All right.
I'll
Great.
second with the idea of just that, not direct city clerk to conduct public outreach.
Right. It's just those 2 things. And then at the end of the meeting, we can ask to bring it forward.
Okay.
Okay? That's,
Comment?
yeah.
Comment?
Do we need to do public comment on this item? Yes. Technically, is there anyone in chambers or on Zoom who would like to comment on consent item number 4? Changing, yes. Okay?
No request on Zoom.
All right, call for the question. Thank you. Councilmember, or Mayor Pro Tem?
Motion passes 5-0.
Great. Okay, item number 5, Councilmember Napolitano.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is consideration of a resolution approving a 3-year agreement with Hinderliter de Llamas and Associates for business licensing software and related services with 2 optional 1-year extensions. And I see everyone coming up to the front to address issues. Basically, the background is what drives me nuts here, is that we hired our past folks, Tyler Technologies, for a new solution known as the Muni system, which failed to pan out. We were supposed to be able to do business license renewal online, all these other things, and they failed. But they were hired in July of 2018, and I've been asking city management for years why we're not able to renew business licenses online at this point. And I never got a satisfactory answer. Now I know, but this is a surprise to me. I don't like surprises. I should know about this. We should have gotten rid of them a long time ago. We should have broken that contract because they failed in their execution of the contract. But beyond that, I kind of want to know why we're going to, obviously some of this payment has to do with HDL maintains a business license database, completes the conversion. What are we going to get with these folks that was promised to us last time that we didn't get then, that we're going to get now? And by the way, I love when we move from one proprietary software to another. I don't know why we don't just maintain things like a database on off-the-shelf database. Whatever that might be, Excel, whatever it might be, the conversion would be nothing, and we can carry it forward for forever. But somehow we buy into these, everyone's unique, and this is all great and shiny and new, until it's not. Why should I believe this is better? And by the way, what are they going to do in maintaining databases and things like that that we shouldn't be doing and could do ourselves?
Could I tack on to that?
Sure.
How will we know that they're succeeding? How will we manage this so that it doesn't take 5 or 6 years to know that it's not working? So that would be a question.
Okay, thank you. I'm Libby Bretta, our Financial Services Manager. You did throw a lot of questions out there in rapid succession, so I'll do my best to cover them. So perhaps the first one, the reason why you haven't heard about this until now is that the first time they failed on our implementation schedule, staff was able to just pivot to implement our utility billing module instead, which was a successful implementation, and we've been up and running on that for over a year, and it's going very well. So subsequent to that, we tried to revisit the business licensing module, but again, Tyler Technologies didn't have the staff resources to carry out the implementation. We started it, we had a kickoff, and we started going on it, and then all of a sudden their person left the company and they didn't have time to start training.
We were paying them this entire time to have done this thing?
We've been paying maintenance on it, but actually the current system we use now is the Eden system, which you may have heard of that. We've been using it for decades. So when we went with the new contract for the Munis system, all of that annual maintenance was kind of rolled into one. So we are paying annual maintenance, but it's covering the Eden system that's still hanging in there on its last legs, but then also for the new system that we hadn't implemented yet. So we started implementing Munis in 2018-19. First went live in 2021, and this was the last module, the licensing module. That's just due to staff resources. We had to chunk through it one by one on the modules.
So HDL is so much better, they're going to do what the others said they could do but didn't do.
More or less. In a nutshell, HDL specializes in this.
Why didn't we hire them 7 years ago?
Because 7 years ago, the idea was to have one ERP solution for the entire city that would, have our financial system, our utility billing system, and licensing. And then it also talks directly to our InterGov permitting system as well. So those are all, they have different modules, but it's kind of one system, and they're all integrated. And they also integrate with our cashiering system. So that was our model years ago, is that we wanted to go to.
They call it bundling now, Steve.
Yes, thank you. But however, Tyler Technologies just hasn't sunk the resources to the business licensing module, because a lot of cities are moving away from it. The cities that we talk to, like we see staff at conferences, they're never happy with it. They have a lot of complaints with it. Even if they could get it up and running, they just have a lot of issues with it. So it just seemed like we should cut our losses and move on to another solution that other cities are, almost everyone we've talked to is very happy with.
Your Honor, one question.
Yeah.
Libby, following up on what Councilor Napolitano said, so the people that failed, the community system, when they realized they couldn't do it, and we still paid them for the maintenance part of it, do we, the city, get a rebate for the fact that they couldn't do it, and we still paid them for everything? Are they going to give us a big credit, or just a
I can
check?
answer that question for you, but go ahead.
Rather hear the official
It's something
answer.
we're looking into, and IT Director Gordado, he's right over there. I don't know if you want to come down and speak to it, but it is something we're looking at. I think it's time to revisit our contract anyway, so
Great.
we're starting to look at that.
After,
But the fact is we haven't. We haven't gone after them for any refund, any return of any money or anything else, correct?
Council members, Miguel Guardado, IT Director. It is something that we are pursuing with Tyler, and it's something that we will continue to pursue with them. As we look at other modules or even considering going to the cloud with them, we will be asking for credits on such models or such modules that failed, that don't need to go up to the cloud and get
You
reimbursed.
mean we're still going to use them for other things?
Yeah, Tyler is our ERP system, so it's still our financials, it's still our enterprise licensing and permitting. And so we still use Tyler, we just don't use this one module or one component.
We have confidence that they're able to perform in all these other areas?
I have confidence in them, yes, I do.
Your Honor, so no more bundling past this point, correct?
It's hard not to, but yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
I have a question for Libby. So were there things that weren't getting done? Because what I see now is improved, efficiencies, collection services, like collecting on the business licenses. Have we been able to do that just as a more manual process?
Exactly. So
Okay.
we have dedicated resources in our revenue division who do all of the customer service, the processing, the payment processing, as well as then a secondary data entry into the Eden system. So there's risk there doing data entry two times, and it's also the staff resources to do that. And then the other thing that we currently don't have is the online payment capability in the
Oh.
Eden system. So we've been, working towards that. That's been our goal for a long time now. And so the HDL company specializes in this, and we are confident that they would be able to execute this.
Okay. I see Councilmember Franklin and Mayor Pro Tem Lesser have questions or comments?
Sure, yes. Hi, Libby. Thank you. So going to the scope of services, operations, so on the first page, it would be, I guess, 1.1.1.21, new account processing. It's on page 121 of the staff report. So new account processing. So what does somebody do now? I come in and I want to open up a business. What do I do? Do I go up to a window,
Yes.
talk to somebody?
Come and talk to us, and we hand you a paper form that then you handwrite. You present your information, your contact information. A lot of our
Sure. Yeah.
licenses are based on gross receipts. Then we plug that data into an Excel spreadsheet, do the calculations, and then you give your payment. We bring that payment into our cashiering system, and then later we implement it.
That's a good
input it.
example. Why don't we capture all that through an online form that you fill out?
And that's been our goal since 2018, that we thought we could implement that with the Munis ERP system, but that module just hasn't.
At what point did we say, you know what, this isn't, 6 years into this, it's not working? That's a long time.
Exactly. So we did that once, and again, we pivoted to implement the utility billing module, which the Tyler company has spent a lot more, you can just tell that they've spent a lot more resources to build that system and make it very efficient and very effective, and all of our team has been very happy with it. So the utility bills you receive are from the Tyler system. So it's been very effective in all of the other modules. It's just this one licensing. They just haven't dedicated the resources to for whatever reason. So.
Okay. Go ahead.
I could finish, so it says here, so we send that person through to get other intracity departmental approvals. This is, again, what we do now, so if
Yes.
it's zoning, code compliance, fire inspection.
Exactly.
So that person goes to these different departments and gets that done, or does our person do that?
So our internal staff, and we route it through emails. So we route it to planning, they look at it, they email it back to us. So it's kind of cumbersome, fills up our email inboxes with attachments and things like that. So we would all prefer an online system that we can go in. There's a workflow. We can see where it's at in the workflow. So that way if a customer calls, we can tell them exactly where it's at in the queue.
And then how long does that process take, say, for a typical business? A week or?
It varies depending on the situation, I'd say. I don't have a number off the top of my head for that.
So, so it says that the new account registration process will be in a timely fashion. So I just want to compare what their definition of timely is with what businesses here, seeing someone in person, can expect. So it's timely.
Are we maybe conflating, though? There's the business license, like, as a consultant, I have a business license, but this is different than permits to open up a new business.
No, I understand.
Okay, I
Yeah,
just want,
it's business license, yeah.
it sounded different,
Yeah.
the question
No,
you're
it's
asking.
just reading right here.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members. My name is Onyx Jones. I'm the Interim Finance Director. So I have worked with HDL in the past with business licensing. And their system is set up in an automated process so that if we were ready and we were all on point, someone that came in to get a business license could in fact get it that day, because the way the system works through the workflow is automatic. Obviously, it won't happen that fast because staff has to review the application. It has to be forwarded to fire and planning and various departments. However, it's all done through the system. So there's a portal that each of the departments can log in and to give their approvals and then move it on to the next division for their approval. Then it routes back to finance and the license is issued at that time.
Okay, and the fee, the $17 fee is added into whatever calculation, whatever
Correct.
other costs the business?
Correct. correct. It's like an administrative fee.
Okay. All right, thank you. And then one other question is on page 126, the customer complaint, item number 4.3 down at the bottom, customer complaint portal and dispute resolution.
Yes.
That's all done online by the customer?
Yes, so that was something I was actually able to create in my previous city with HDL. So it's a custom customer service portal that allows HDL to receive a call if someone's upset for whatever reason, whether it's the calculation of their fee or, they haven't had their application approved. They enter in the concerns, and then we get to see it real time, and then we can tell the staff how it should be addressed, whether we want to waive a request for a waiver of a penalty, et cetera. So that is also done through an automated portal.
Okay, so this says where customers may submit disputes, so.
Correct.
They're not coming here, where before they would have talked to a person,
They
now
would,
they gotta go
yes,
through a.
right, exactly. So now they would have the option of submitting their request online for whatever the concern is, and it would go through the approval queue, and we get to see how long it's sitting there, how it was responded, how it was addressed, et cetera.
Okay. So we're still gonna have our people here.
Absolutely.
To help somebody
Our
about
staff has to
some-
help navigate this. No one knows our ordinance like us. HDL is great, but they're managing the ordinance for various cities. So we're not putting all that responsibility on us. Our staff will still be very involved with assisting our businesses and making sure they get the service that they need.
So, but going back on page 121 in the new account processing, it says that the consultant, so is the consultant our employee or their employee?
Their employees.
So
right?
they will facilitate intracity departmental approvals such as zoning, code compliance, fire inspection?
Their portal will send it through, but our staff has to do the review and the approval. All of our staff will be giving out all of those approvals. Our fire staff, if code has to go out to the building, they would take care of that. It's just that they have the ability to give updates in the portal that HDL provides us with.
Okay. The only reason I'm going into the detail is this generates $5.2 million.
Yeah.
Yes,
A year
absolutely.
for us. And that sounds similar to like a tax, sales tax that was on the ballot for $5.2 million. We don't want to jeopardize any of that.
Yeah.
So.
There are obvious benefits as far as the features that they have with the portal, but as well as annually, the process gets done consolidated in one period, right? The few months when the renewals are all due, and they have a lot more resources to process those payments more quickly. They have more resources to get those renewals sent out. They handle all of the legwork. These are more of the tedious type processes. But then if there's any issues or concerns, we stress to them that we need to be involved because we want to make sure our business owners are getting, right, the customer service that we're used to.
All right.
Yeah.
Great, thank you.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Lesser.
Good evening. For Onyx or for Libby, I just want to make sure I'm understanding the timeline for implementation. Is the expectation that if council moves this forward tonight, that this software would be available for generating the 2025 licenses?
Yes, correct. And this will be a push for them, but I have worked with them under pressure before because of our timeline. We had to do our due diligence, our research, So we let them know that this is a very tight turnaround, but they insist that they can get it done.
So that
that's what we're
implies
looking
that
for.
their functionality that we've just been referencing and that Councilmember Napolitano reference was originally presented to us way back in 2018 is something that's up and running now that we will be able to offer our businesses with the business license software for 2025 if this contract is approved?
I think I missed your question. If it's approved.
Go ahead.
If it's approved in 2025,
If it's approved tonight, is this sufficient time to be able to roll out through this online platform that they currently have these capabilities that were represented to us back in 2018?
oh, the capabilities that, yes, all of those features would be implemented all at the same time. Unfortunately, I've seen them do it before because I did a similar conversion right before COVID, and it was like crunch time, and they were able to pull it off. So I do have confidence that they would be able to pull it off if we work with them aggressively and get them the information that they need back right away. They can do it. And all of those features that we have in the presentation would all be online at the same time.
Just
they
so
would
we
get
have a
those
metric on council, when do those business license bills go out? Do you know that? Hi.
Good evening, Mayor Haworth, members of City Council. I'm Emmy Rose Hanna from the Finance Department, Revenue Services Supervisor. To answer your question, the annual business license renewal forms are mailed on or before February 1st of each year and become due no later than April 30th.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Great. Are there any questions, more questions from our colleagues? Because I will open this up to the public.
Not yet.
Okay. Anyone from the public want to speak on this issue?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council. This is an area I worked in the consulting industry for a while, trying to get software installed. It's really a challenge sometimes. One thing that I'd like to understand is maybe you can characterize the size of this problem. I heard that we do $1.5 million in this area. So what's going on? Are we not getting those fees, or is it just delayed? So I think it'd be good to characterize that for the audience. Two is, software companies always have user groups, and we should have, as someone on our side, who is our representative that goes to these user groups and pushes the issues and priorities of Manhattan Beach. So it'd be nice to know, do we have someone identified? Are they participating in these user groups? And what have they done in these communications with this software vendor? The other thing, when you install an integrated system, you're going to have the ability to maintain that on one set of folks, right? When you start adding in different systems, your costs go up. So I encourage us to think about trying to stay with the integrated solution to the extent possible. If it doesn't work and we're having big problems, then we need to look at it and assess, when we do the assessment, what's the impact of adding a new system in there, because you're going to have additional people supporting it and cost and learning. So that's something important for us to understand. Last item is when we talk about contracts, I encourage you to think about incentive-based contracts, particularly around schedules. One of the creative ways you can do that is to say, okay, you can install this by, let's say, December 31st. I'm picking a date. Okay, if you get it done by that date, you get your full fee. If it goes beyond that date, your fees get decreased. So they have a financial incentive to make a date. If you don't do that, I'm just saying they're going to make best efforts. So I encourage you to try to think about incentive-based contracting in the software world. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Compe.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Jill Lampkin, Downtown Business and Professional Association. I have a few questions about this. This is the first that I heard about this, and one of the things that I would like to mention is it would have been great to have staff reach out to businesses to get some feedback about what works and what doesn't in the current system before we go and create something new. The calculations that go into our business license tax are pretty darn complicated, and I can tell you that a lot of our businesses spend time with staff going through the calculations of how it happens. So if it's an online form, that's not going to be something that's so easy to just put into a feedback box to say, hey, can I get a call back about this because I have a question about how I categorize my discounted sales towards the overall revenue. So it's pretty complicated. I also use it a lot. I work with the finance department in terms of getting regular reports when business license taxes are paid so that I can start saying, okay, I know that we have 30% of our business licenses that have been paid within our district. So I can start doing the groundwork door to door to talk to people to say, hey, you know, all of our, and it's important for us just the way it is for you because our bid payment comes in on that same payment. So I like working individually with the group so that I can get regular reports and I can get feedback and things like that. So I'm just curious how that might work as well. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. And
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. Councilmember Napolitano, thank you for pulling this item. I just wanted to be completely transparent. In the staff report, it does say we're getting a lot of services from HDL, but it also includes a full outsourcing of the operation of business licensing. And that includes the renewals, the phone calls, pretty much the entire operation of what we have a resource for. We do a really good job in-house with this. We have good relationships with the businesses, the bids. In addition to that, it provides a good foundation for us to provide customer service to the businesses. And our collection rate is probably north of 96, 97% a year of the business licenses that we send out. So we do a darn good job here in-house. When something's not broke, you don't try to fix something that's not broke. I agree we need new software. This was part of the ERP, which is an enterprise system, which enterprise, all the systems talk to each other, including our financials. You heard it here. This is an independent software company. It's going to be off-site, and they're going to be managing this item. In addition to that, you got a real tight timeline between now and the renewals. Staff's under already enough pressure to kind of have to deal with having to implement this through the holiday season. If it's not broke, if finance recommends you to look at it in the springtime and put it up next year for the following licensing year, that probably makes more sense. Also, in the staff report, I'd like to see what other cities do, how they approach this, as well as taking a look at the broader range of, since it's cooperative bidding, it would have been good to see if there's other solutions out there. And there is one specific solution that is under the Tyler program that would give us an enterprise solution opportunity, which is under InterGov. They have a licensing module, so I would implore that they look at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Former Finance Director Shirley. Other public comments in chambers? How about on Zoom?
No request on Zoom.
Okay, I'm going to close public comment. I want to get some follow-up, some answers. Councilmember Montgomery, were you?
No, go ahead. I'll follow you.
All right, so, yes, okay, so, let's see. What have you looked at other solutions, Tyler, other enterprise solutions?
Yes, we actually had a team put together. We had members from IT, we had members from community development and finance. And we explored all of the options, one which was to continue down the path of trying to work with Tyler to get their business license module up and running, also to look at InterGov, and finally to look at HDL. So all three,
Okay.
yes, all three of those. We have a huge matrix that outlined all of the pros and cons. InterGov was a significant investment in the initial startup costs, as well as some of the concerns of from IT even, for the implementation of InterGov, especially under the time-sensitive nature that we have. And I won't speak for the IT director, but they have informed us if we didn't make any solution, our option of extending this any further was going to be of great concern because the current software we're using is basically not being supported. It has timed out. They have put it out to pasture, so they have informed us. If we have data that's lost, et cetera. There's an issue with the software. They're not supporting it into the future. So we do need to make a decision in which path that we take. We have gone past the date of, processing and relying on the current software to keep us going.
And so you are recommending this in this tight deadline, so
Yes.
that is your recommendation. And
Yes.
as far as fixing, so there is a problem that you're trying to fix.
Correct.
Okay. And I have to say, we had a speaker who said the calculations are difficult, and you often have to talk to someone in finance. Again, I can attest to that. How will that be, I feel like our staff is still going to be handling those discussions, right? It's just that I could go online,
Yes.
I could type in the things, and somebody from staff could call me back, or would there be a little bot that would help me figure it out?
So if they had a concern, initially HDL would try to address it. If they could not, then it would go to us
Okay.
and we could address it.
Okay.
Or the business community can call us direct, same line they've been using in the past. They could call us with those questions and we would, of course, would answer them.
Okay. Will the Downtown Business Association get regular reports so they can track their members to make sure they're?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Not only that, we could also set up the customer service portal to go to bid if there's concerns directly related to bid. Say they, had not paid and they had a penalty or they wanted to have some form of a waiver, et cetera.
Okay.
Yes, it can be
Good to
set
know.
up so that they are part of the customer service portal.
And let me follow up with another question from the audience, and I'll turn it over to my colleagues. The idea of user groups working with the software developer. We're looking at a user group here. Are you guys a user group?
Yeah, I'm happy to chime in on that. So since we've implemented this ERP system, our staff in finance and IT and community development, we've all been active in these user groups, have attended meetings in the region, as well as attended national conferences to get information and learn from other cities on best practices and implementations. And we've gotten a lot out of those, and we will continue to do that in the future.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Montgomery.
Thank you. Hey, Libby, I'll start with you. I don't want to get Onyx up there yet. I may save her for later. So looking back at this, so we knew it was broke. We don't know when we know it was broke. When did we find out Tyler couldn't move this forward? What year was that?
So I think the first time we tried to implement the licensing module was probably 2022.
22.
And that's when we switched over. Utility billing was supposed to be last, but then we switched and implemented that successfully, and that went live last year.
So we knew back then. Okay, thank you, Libby, on that part. And my comments, Your Honor, are going to be twofold. We knew in 22, or should have known, that it was failure in 22. So the rebate question goes back to 22. They knew that they were taking our money, but they couldn't fulfill it. So the rebate starts in 22.
I say it starts when the contract.
18. But I mean, we're there now. And to Jill's question, we'd love to, Jill, have that question answered if we knew about it. But council didn't know about it. So we can't address it if we didn't know about it, right? So there's the question there. I think staff will follow up with council on the rebate question. As far as everything else goes, I think it's pretty embarrassing for us that we didn't know about it, that we shouldn't have been told about it. But, I mean, I heard Director Schillian say it's not broken. Well, if it's not working, that's a question for us and staff telling us it's not broken.
There's different information.
The rest of it's working, but not this part of it's working. So our question, take a chance, as Steve was talking about earlier, take a chance on a new company, hope they keep the word, they fix it, and then outsource it, or take it a little longer and go with somebody else or do it in 1980s with an old Excel spreadsheet and take it by hand.
And lose our data, is what we're hearing.
Or not lose the data.
So, okay, I hear you. Mayor Pro Tem Lesser, and then I have some comments too.
Onyx, I want to pick up on what you're hearing in council comment. On the one hand, we've heard from the public that it's not broken. We should put this out to bid, and we should put this over for a year. On the other, in the staff report and in the presentation, we're hearing that, well, one, there's a deadline by which we need to have some software solution placed in service to be able to generate 2025 invoices to businesses. And second, that we're going to lose our technical support, and this software that we currently are using is not supported. Can you help council wander through this or move this a little bit better to understand whether we need to take action tonight on this?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. So let me go with the other ones again. Think of multiple systems that we were trying to merge together into one ERP. And so we have the Munis database, which is a database that is no longer in a structure that is supported by Tyler. And so Tyler, it's a Tyler product. They brought it forward many years ago. And now they're saying, we need to get all our users off of that system and onto something new, which would have been this. They weren't successful. So now they're telling us, we'll give you maintenance to help support it, but it's very limited. And so the issues that that arise is if data were to get corrupted, if a table were to get corrupted, you know, if we do backups nightly, we test our backups, but if something were to happen and we were to lose a table that had a lot of data and we weren't able to get it back, then we're starting over, right? That's the concern. The other concern is as our Tyler implementation continues to grow and get on new modules, we're getting further and further away from the systems that they say, this is backwards compatible to go out and retrieve this data, right? And so we're stretching that gap further and further apart that now we're going to get to the point where they're going to say, okay, we can't go back within the system, so you guys are going to have to pull tables, you guys are going to have to pull reports and enter data manually, which is not good for anybody, right? Because that's where the errors are going to happen.
So one follow-up question. I believe this contract's through 2027, I think I saw. Is that correct?
Yes.
So this could be an interim step while we perhaps go out to bid and look at other software plans? Because I'm hearing from staff that there's some urgency here. Is that right?
There is urgency. You know, you know, I'm hired to bring forward and bring these things forward, and maybe I should have come here and said, hey, like, we have a bigger issue. But it's one of the things that I'm, as I've only been here about a year and some change, right? And so as I peel back the onion of the systems that I'm supporting now, I'm identifying these things and bringing these forward to the departments and saying, hey, we have an issue here. We either have an opportunity to upgrade it and make the change now, or we need to start saving money or finding it's finding a way forward or a track out of the system and into something new, right? And so that's one of the things that in working last year with my team and identifying, hey, like where are it's like, where are we exposed where we could have an issue? And this is one that came up, right? And so that's when we started having those discussions.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, go ahead, Councilmember Franklin.
Yeah, sorry, just one more question. A really practical thing that I heard today was feedback from the users. Was any of that done, or do we still have a little bit of time to do it?
He's talking about businesses, correct? Businesses.
Businesses, yeah.
Yeah.
End user, the business.
No, there was no outreach to the businesses because of the short time frame. I came in July and I was educated on the situation, and we had to make some decisions. We did try to go down the path of continuing to use Munis with holding their feet to the fire. I was unsuccessful, as previously we had been unsuccessful, and so this is literally something that we had to do quickly. And so pulling in all of the different departments as a part of the process was, you know, the outreach that we were able to extend for this review process to find the best solution.
The departments within the city.
Within the city, yes. We were not able to do outreach outside of the city.
It would just be my recommendation, you know, because they might find some things that they're used to seeing or, you know, are looking for, and if they don't see it, they're going to be upset. So.
I do know we did look at all of the surrounding cities that already use HDL. So many of the businesses, if they operate in other areas, they're used to the system because many of our neighbors use HDL in their
Can you give us some names?
Do you have that? I do not have the names on hand. I can certainly gather that information. I know Torrance, I believe, utilizes HDL in their...
You have to come to the mic.
Sorry. My apologies. I don't have a list with me at this time, but I'm happy to share that information at a later point. I do know that the city of Torrance utilizes HDL, and there are Culver City and various states, Santa Monica.
For business license.
For business license specifically, and they're, you know, and they're a industry expert. They service various municipalities, and this is their specialty. They dedicate all their resources specifically for their licensing software and their support to aid governments during peak renewal seasons with a short period of high-intensity workloads, and they're able to assist the city during those periods.
And I saw an address somewhere in Brea. Is that just executive offices, or where is these?
I believe that is their headquarters, and they have also a processing facility in Fresno, I believe. Yes.
Okay, so it's all U.S. based.
Yes.
And could I also share that HDL is not new to the city. We have used HDL for years for our property tax and sales tax services. So we already have an established relationship with this company, many, many years.
Great. All right, if there's no other questions from my colleagues, we've had public comments. I'm going to make a motion to approve this, and but I do want to say a couple things, and that is, I mean, it would be great if, as you're implementing, maybe do a little bit of reach out to our outreach to our businesses.
Yes.
To make sure that, what they need is there, but also I love your idea of having a customer service portal. Oh, I see my colleague. I was
After
gonna
you.
wrap it up. All right. The outreach portal for the businesses would be great. I do think there's been a problem. I do think we need to fix this. I mean, we're being told we have our IT department, our head of IT, our interim finance, but especially our IT director who's been here looking at our systems and saying, no, this is a vital need. And I also think that the world we live in is very different than it was 10, 20 years ago. I mean, computer systems, software, platforms change constantly. And this will need updated someday too. So that's going to happen. And it's not that, and I don't know if the other, who was it? I'm sorry, I forget. Tyler, they provide other services that work great in our city. So we have to be careful that we're not up here making these pronouncements about technology that really don't hold. But I'm actually grateful that this is coming forward. I think that we're hopefully going to solve a problem here. So I'm going to make a motion to accept staff recommendations and see what happens here. But go ahead, Councilmember Napolitano and Councilmember.
Thank you. Well, I think it very much holds water because I think there is a problem here, severalfold. One, it's been obvious, staff already said what the problem is. We're running out of time. We're not going to be able to support this anymore, and we could lose vital information. So that's a problem, and that needs to be fixed. And so, sure, we found this other solution to do it, but I don't care whether software gets outdated or not. What I care is when we have a contract with a company that doesn't perform, I don't hear about it until 2 years later. I very much appreciate having an incentivized contract, and we should be looking at that going on in the future. Look at it with HDL. But these folks were supposed to perform a service. They failed to do that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm guessing we knew before 2022 that they couldn't do this particular part because they never put the resources to it. Even if it was 22, that's 2 years. That's too long to then come back and tell, by the way, we're not getting what they said they were. We should have held their feet to the fire then. We should certainly hold it now. So I'm going to ask for a friendly amendment, or I'll offer a substitute motion. And the friendly amendment would be to bring back to council an update on the credits that they should be giving us. We shouldn't even be asking for them.
Yep.
City-
Accepted.
Mr. City Attorney should be sending a letter, not from Miguel, from Mr. City Attorney saying, you owe us, we're going to take this out of our future payments because they failed to perform.
Mm-hmm.
It's not about technology, it's not about software, it's about
Yeah.
failure to perform a contract, a commitment that they agreed to. And then making sure that council is on board from the get-go, that if someone's not performing in any contract that this city has, that we hear about it right away. We have a game plan to address that going forward. That means going back, because I've sat up here too many times and heard how a vendor couldn't do something, and we just move on to the next one. And they do it, and they do it, and they do it. Please, no more. That's all I have to say. Thank
I
you.
accept your friendly amendment. Councilmember, so I've made a motion. Councilmember Montgomery.
Thank you, Your Honor. I echo the part of that. The second part of it wasn't the fact that they can't claim COVID-related, which they did not. I'm surprised they didn't say COVID-related. But updating is not the same as a failure. Updating your software doesn't mean we just stop doing the job. It means updating it. So this is a failure. Just come back, as Steve said, come back, give us a credit for your, if not 6 years, 2 years of what things they couldn't do, and let it move forward from that point. I don't want to lose the data either, but I'm hesitant that we're going to see the full settlement, Steve, from when they knew, how they knew, why we didn't know about it till now. So it's a lesson going forward, but it does leave a good taste in my mouth either way. But I'll follow the amendment part of it. That's it, Your Honor.
Okay, do I get a second?
One of you guys is going to stick your neck on this one.
I won't be here.
We've been burned already.
I used to sell software, I'll stick my neck out.
There you go.
Why didn't you? Oh.
Okay, no, but the point is well taken.
Call for the question?
Well, I thought that was obvious. I'm sorry. Call for the question. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Look at you.
What do you think?
Was there an OK button?
Baby.
Yeah,
The hope button.
yeah.
Motion
Yeah.
passes
It depends.
5-0.
Hope and a prayer button.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. And now, item number 8. That's you as well.
Everyone's so glad I pulled these items at this point. All right, item number 8, consideration of a resolution authorizing a memorandum of understanding between the cities of Manhattan Beach, Hermosa Beach, Redondo Beach, and Torrance regarding the implementation of the Beach Cities Green Streets project. Wherever I see multiple jurisdiction and green streets, that's time to beware. We've gone through variations of these things before. I think Beach Cities Health District came up with some iteration that we, thankfully, I hope, bailed out of. I was against that. But, I saw with the projects, they weren't super well defined, but one was 19th Street between Sepulveda and Pine, I think it was, and the other was between Artesia, between Aviation and Redondo Avenue, which is a very short span. I mean, our participation for this is $355,000. What are we really getting for this?
The major benefit is the credits we get as it relates to all of our stormwater obligations for the region. And so our regulator has accepted our regional plan that Manhattan Beach, Redondo, Hermosa, and Torrance, and LA County Flood Control have put together. There's a suite of projects that are probably hundreds of millions of dollars in total that we're trying to complete over the next many years. This is one of them. And if we complete it, we get the credits associated with meeting our stormwater obligations.
I mean, it seems to me we go above and beyond a lot of other cities in what we do for stormwater. We just put some more of the filters down the centrifugal force ones and things like that. And we got the 26th Street project going on. I mean, what are we going to do on 19th Street between Sepulveda and Pine Avenue? That's going to be a game changer out there. And also, I mean, what is the risk that Torrance doesn't approve? Is there any risk at all that Torrance doesn't approve the projects that we bring forward?
Well, I'll answer your second question first. Torrance is the lead agency. They secured the grants. They're really on the hook for this. And so the other cities are entering into an MOU to make sure that Torrance's risk is mitigated. And essentially, we'd be committing to do our end of the project for the costs we've identified. And our cost is just a fraction of what the total cost for our projects would be. The outside grant funds would pay the majority of that. There are safeguards in the MOU that ensure that once Torrance goes out to bid on the whole project, including the ones in Manhattan Beach, if they exceed our costs that are articulated in the MOU, we can walk away if we want to. So there's good protections for us there. As it relates to, I think your first question was, what's the risk if we don't do these?
No, the project on 19th.
Oh, what the actual scope of the
Pine.
project is?
Yeah.
Principal Civil Engineer Jeff Fialka will be able to explain that better than me.
Because I ask because sometimes, especially in these tree section areas, there's a push to put curb and gutter in, which the residents oppose because it's the tree section, you have the soft shoulders there.
Yes, Principal Civil Engineer Jeff Fialka. So specifically on 19th Street at the intersections of Elm and Oak, what's proposed and actually already designed for that location is a series of 7 dry wells to capture stormwater flows that go into existing catch basins. So the existing catch basins would be replaced with catch basins that would divert the initial flows into those 7 dry wells, and then overflow would continue into the stormwater system. So the benefit of that is there's multiple benefits. One of them is it's reducing our stormwater runoff to the ocean. So this sub-drainage area is omitted from the drainage area that the 28th Street project captures. But also, if you're familiar with this location, it's a sump condition. So it is, there's no natural drainage. It's a low spot in the city. That's the potential for a flood hazard, and the existing storm drains can't necessarily carry a large design event. So these dry wells would take on some of that flow, reducing the potential for backup and flooding at this location.
And that would capture low flow and deal with that before it would go to the ocean, correct?
Yes, and very low flow, what we call nuisance flows during dry weather. There is a series of permeable pavement panels, but very little of it at these locations, only 4 panels total that are replacing the gutter. They're 2-foot by 5-foot panels, and there's only 4 of them, so a small amount of that. So the project the Green Streets project in Manhattan Beach consists of those 7 dry wells, and then at the other location, Redondo and Artesia, 2 additional dry wells, which would capture flow that otherwise leaves the city and goes into Redondo.
And? Okay.
We're taking responsibility for our stormwater.
Oh, boy.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
Councilmember Franklin.
So what will that look like? Do you come in and dig up the street, and you're going to do like a mini 28th Street?
We do need to excavate at these intersections, both to replace the existing catch basins. In the catch basins, there's really 2 at each corner of these intersections. Some of them only have 1 on one of the corners. But there's excavation to, remove the existing catch basin, pour a new one in its place, and install drain pipes that'll divert what's captured from those basins into these new dry wells. So there's construction and excavation, at each of these 2 intersections. When it's completed, they'll pretty much look the way they do right now, though.
Okay, so about how long does that take?
We don't have the whole project encompassing,
Well, just on 19th,
say, one of those intersections. It's probably work on the order of maybe 4 to 6 weeks, with partial closures throughout that time at different portions of the intersection.
You're going to have to block off Pine at 19th, right?
Depending on the portion of work they're doing. Pine and 19th will be on it.
Maybe I should recuse myself.
Maybe.
Nice try.
We just got stop signs.
I know.
Okay, thank you.
Stop, don't speak.
And just to confirm that you didn't do public outreach now in preparation for the approval of the MOU, but prior to any projects, you'll do the outreach that you always do for projects. This is a first step, but there will be other.
Correct. There will be our typical construction notifications, public outreach meetings if necessary, and there's going to be project signage that's required by the grantors as well.
Okay, great. Will it be something on the website as well? I like what we did
Yes.
for the, okay. All right, any other questions from my colleagues before I open up to public comment? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Public comment on this item. How about on Zoom?
No request on Zoom.
Okay, it looks like we have a motion to accept by Councilmember Napolitano.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, motion to adopt Resolution 24-0128 and approve this, move forward with it. I still have hope one day, though, Mr. Lee, that you'll bring back something about my median.
Back in what?
Medians.
Yeah.
Use some grant money to fix those things. Anyway, motion to approve.
Is that a friendly amendment? I wrote it to your own. I don't know. No. Okay, it's been seconded by Councilmember Montgomery. May I call for the question? Excellent. Okay.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay. Well, we got through the consent calendar. Okay.
Time for a break?
No. Can we keep going a little bit, or?
Yes, I'm kidding.
Okay. All right, there are no public hearings. So, general business. Item number 10, the fiscal year 2024-2025 first quarter budget update. Interim Finance Director Jones.
I'm sorry, just back on 9, though, do we need to take another 4/5 vote on 9? Just as a consent calendar, okay. Just
Okay, thank you. That
since
was-
we've been doing it individually all the
Yeah.
other time.
Thank you.
And there have been times when we needed additional discussion on items.
Okay,
Okey dokey.
sorry, Aaron. Back to you.
No, back to Director Jones. Or Interim Finance Director Jones.
Good evening again, Honorable Mayor, council members. My name is Onyx Jones. I'm the Interim Finance Director, and we are here this evening to present to you our fiscal year 24-25 first quarter budget update. We did decide to do an actual presentation. Typically, we just submit the numbers, but we felt like this year we needed to provide a little more explanation on the first quarter report. So we're going to start off with Julie Bondarchuk, who is going to lead us off, and then Libby will come behind her.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Haworth and members of the City Council. My name is Julie Bondarchuk, the city's financial controller. So the goal of tonight's presentation is to approve appropriation for fiscal year 2024, thereby amending the fiscal year 2024 budget and presenting a first quarter update for fiscal year 2025. The bottom of this slide, shows a typical timeline for one fiscal year. However, the processes for fiscal years often overlap, as we are currently at the end of the timeline for fiscal year 2024, where we have just finished the audit, while we are at the beginning of the timeline for fiscal year 2025, where we're presenting the first quarter update. So we have just finished our fiscal year 2024 audit, and we are finalizing the results to present to the Finance Subcommittee and City Council at the beginning of fiscal year, or at the beginning of next year. As part of the year-end process, many amendments and adjustments are made to record transactions in the proper fiscal year in accordance with standard accounting practices. After these adjustments were made, Finance has identified two funds that require a budget appropriation in fiscal year 2024. The insurance fund exceeded budget by approximately $772,000 due to an unanticipated increase in liability claims. The pension fund exceeded budget by approximately $6,000 due to an increase in retiree medical costs associated with an increase in retirees in the program. These expenditures are fully reimbursed through a program the city has with CERP, which is the California Employers Retiree Benefit Trust. So due to a change in accounting practice implemented this year, the finance team made an adjustment to the revenues in the first quarter of $3.4 million. That's those red numbers on the chart. The change will cause a large one-time variance when comparing revenues in fiscal year 24 compared to fiscal year 25. So basically in standard accounting, there are two common accounting methods, which is the cash method and the accrual method. The cash basis is recording revenues when they were received, and the accrual basis is recording revenues in the period in which they were earned. The standard for government entities is the modified accrual basis, which is basically the accrual method, but adding on additional criteria of being measurable and available. The $3.4 million adjustment is due to a switch in these methodologies, where the revenue was received in fiscal year 25, but they were actually earned in fiscal year 2024. Previously, the revenues were recorded on a cash basis, but finance would make the adjustments at the end of the year to convert it to the modified accrual basis. So now we're switching it out and reversing it out at the beginning of the year instead of the end of the year. The decision was made to change the practice this year so that we can report on revenues that were actually earned for the fiscal year. The last two columns on this chart reflects the results had this practice been in place for fiscal year 2024. Comparing the two fiscal years in fiscal year 25, we were $205,000 over in sales tax and $127,000 over in TOT compared to the prior year. Overall, general fund revenues were over $190,000 compared to the prior year. So this concludes my section of the presentation, and I'll now hand it over to Libby to present the first quarter fiscal year 25 results.
Good evening again. Libby Bredhauer, Financial Services Manager, and thank you, Julie. So you have seen this chart before when we adopted the current year budget. General fund revenues in the adopted budget total almost $99 million. The largest general fund revenue sources are property taxes and other taxes, which is a category that includes sales tax, hotel and short-term rental, transient occupancy tax, business license taxes, et cetera. Together, these general taxes make up over 70% of our general fund revenues. Another significant slice of the pie are service charges, which total about 10%. These charges are cost recovery fees for selective services such as parks and recreation, class revenues, ambulance transport fees, building plan checks, etc. So getting into the comparisons of the first quarter of this year compared to the prior fiscal year, the narrative in our staff report highlights key revenue trends. And this chart, which is attached to the report and shown here, shows we received about 12% of budgeted revenues to date. Now, this is expected given that some revenues do not come in evenly throughout the 12 months. An example of this would be that we receive the bulk of our property taxes in December, January, April, and May. And so based on the last data provided by our property tax consultant, HDL, assessed values of properties in the city have slightly increased more than what was expected, what was already included in the budget. And so this will result in additional revenue of about $120,000 at year end. So regarding sales tax and hotel transient occupancy taxes, which Julie just also presented on the previous slide, when we're comparing actuals to actuals received in July through September, you do see that sales and TOT taxes have increased year over year when we're reversing out the prior year revenues that don't belong there. So one other note about sales tax in the adopted budget is that the current year budget does not include any revenues from the measure MMB. So assuming it passes after the final results are tallied, then the new tax would be effective on April 1st. However, it would likely, we would receive minimal revenues in the current fiscal year due to the timing delay, but we would know at the end of the year once we receive the July and August payments. So the business license tax increase does show, it does show a decrease in the first quarter. And this is largely due to the fact that in the prior year, staff really enhanced our efforts to collect on some delinquent businesses, that some of which had been delinquent since the pandemic. And so with these enhanced collection efforts, we proceeded to issue administrative citations as well as other collection proceedings. And because of these efforts, revenues in the prior year came in bigger. There was kind of a one-time increase because we would collect on the prior year taxes as well as late penalties. So of this 164,000 variance that you see here, I just wanted to point out too that there was kind of one big fish, as we called it, that once the business was identified through a routine fire inspection, they did pay up and wrote us a check for $73,000 for prior year taxes and penalties. So that's a big chunk of that $164,000. So building permits and plan check fees are trending as expected, but there are some variations there, which is normal due to the timing of submittals and approvals, and like one or two large projects can kind of skew those numbers every year. But overall, trends indicate that we'll likely end the year at budget. The other taxes category has a significant variance due to due to the accrual for franchise taxes, and then the category for interest and rents is also significantly impacted by the accrual adjustment for hotel rents. So these payments were received in July and August of this year, but again, they really belong in the prior fiscal year. So that's why you see a big variance here on the slide. In the from other governments category, this includes grants and other one-time money received as reimbursements. So the big variance here is because last year we received a significant grant payment in the last year. And the last category that I'll highlight is the service charges category. In 2023, the city's new ambulance billing vendor was heavily pursuing delinquent payers, and that boosted our revenues in the prior year. But I think now it's kind of normalized out. So the written staff report provides additional narrative on these revenue trends as well as others. But just to reiterate, at the end of the fiscal year, we expect revenues to be in line with our projections, and the year-end numbers won't be skewed by the accounting accrual method change. At year-end, it will look much more normal. So moving on to expenditures, as a service organization, over half of our general fund budget does go to salaries and benefits. The materials and services category includes costs for contract services, legal services, supplies, training, et cetera. Internal services includes general fund charges toward our 4 internal service funds, which would be the insurance fund, IT fund, fleet, and building maintenance. And lastly, the debt service category includes obligations for Marine Avenue Park and our pension obligation bonds. So looking at the comparisons to the prior year quarter, salaries and wages shows a big variance, but however, this is due to an additional payroll date that fell into the July through September period this year. And then also the other things contributing to the increase would be, or as you know, a few long-term employees retired over the summer, and with that, they cashed out some accrued vacation time. So that is included in the salaries and wages line. And then also our fire department, as you know, has spent additional overtime for mutual aid deployments for regional fires. However, this expenditure plus administrative overhead is expected to be reimbursed by the state. And our fire department staff has been doing an excellent job with the documentation and reporting to ensure that we obtain those reimbursements. The benefits category increase reflects the additional benefits that were included with that additional payroll period falling into the time frame. Contract and professional services is up due to the use of consultants in a few divisions, but mainly community development and their plan check services and engineering, who both have vacancies. And so we're obtaining the use of consultants to assist staff with workloads as they fill these positions. And then also legal services is included in that line. So the property and equipment line includes new vehicles that were included in the budget, and we're making purchases there. But overall, our spending is at 22%, and that is in line with budget. So the next 2 slides present the same information, but just a little bit differently. So this slide includes our adopted expenditures by department, which we like to show just so the community can see that our focus is largely on public safety, and that is shown by over half of the pie is police and fire departments. Public Works budget of $12 million includes engineering, street repair, traffic control, and park maintenance. Those are all also outward-facing services that we need to keep our streets and parks in excellent condition. And the next largest slices are parks and recreation and community development, but those costs are largely offset by cost recovery fees. So this slide shows the same quarter-to-quarter comparison, but by department. However, we anticipate all departments will end the year within budget. Department staff are currently working on our mid-year projections, which will be presented to City Council in February. And at that time, we would note any significant variances or other items of note. So putting all this together to compare the revenues and expenditures, the current year budget was adopted with a relatively small surplus of $500,000. But as expected at the beginning of the year, our revised budget is showing a deficit, but this is due to contract encumbrance carry-forwards. And again, this is typical at the beginning of the year when those budgets move, or when those contracts move forward, and the budget also moves. Actuals, we typically end the year with actuals having a surplus, though, because revenues typically exceed our projections, and then expenditures are usually lower than budget because we always strive to be conservative in those estimates. So the last thing I'll note on this slide is that the first quarter comparison, it really is a snapshot in time because we're only looking at the first 3 months, and it is normal to have expenditures exceed revenues at this time of year. Again, largely because of some of those revenues like property tax that are coming in later in the year. And just as a reminder at the last bullet point here, not included in the revenues and expenditures are general fund transfers out to the CIP fund and our Section 115 trust fund. So although not included in the expenditures lines, these transfers do impact our general fund balance. So the last couple slides, we just wanted to share some information on a few other noteworthy revenue trends that are outside of the general fund. So in the water fund, our revenues have been impacted by the last 2 rainy seasons, as well as our successful water conservation programs. So the flip side of lower water consumption is that our revenues are not meeting the projections identified in our last water rate study. And additionally, we have expenses continuing to rise, and the fund is not meeting our reserve policy. So we bring this forward because we want to be fully transparent with the City Council and let you know that we're monitoring this closely, and we have been. And Public Works staff and Finance staff are working on various options, and we expect to present these to you early next year. So you've heard a lot about parking in the last few months, maybe more so than ever, with the closure and demolition of parking lot 3. So revenues collected in lot 3 before it came down were about $600,000 per year or $150,000 per quarter. But we just wanted to note that based on recent data, our actual revenue reduction in the first quarter was only about $42,000 because we found that parking has shifted to other areas downtown. So other lots such as Metlocks and the Civic Center, we see increases there as well as the street parking downtown. So our overall revenue loss isn't as bad as it could have been, so that's some good news. And of course, we will start to see parking meter revenues go back up once that temporary lot is constructed in the next few months. And so in closing, we just want to remind everyone that our budget documents and further information can be found on our website, manhattanbeach.gov/budget. And we're always happy to take questions and comments at the email address budget@manhattanbeach.gov. We look forward to future budget presentations that are tentatively scheduled for these dates. And with that, our team is here and happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much, Libby. Okay, questions from my colleagues?
I just have one, Your Honor. Hey, Libby. Just one question. Do you know what we spend each year on purchases, water purchase, roughly?
Water purchases, maybe Public Works Director Lee is coming to us.
Top of his head.
I have him jump up.
Doing math at the podium is never advisable, but I just paid our invoice for October, and it was $765,000. And so I would think that's probably a high month as it relates to coming off the summer season. So about 700 times 12, somewhere in that range.
Good. I was curious. He knows we're trying to acquire water purchase right, pumping rights for other cities when he's ready, so to drop our purchase price down, pump more of our own water, our own wells. So I asked the question. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that.
Actually,
Yeah, of course, go ahead.
yeah, Madam Mayor. So if we know that we have this trend of, free water, i.e. the storms, don't we adjust our purchases? And I know we got fixed overhead, but wouldn't we adjust the purchases and not?
So in the rainy season, our water purchases are down. And so they'd probably get down to the $500,000 range per month. That'd be my guess. I ask you not to hold me to that, but they do oscillate, and we pay for what we use, for what we import.
Okay.
Okay. Other questions? Okay, why don't I open it up to the public? If anybody in chambers wants to ask questions about this?
This is usually a popular item when people come
Richard?
down in vast numbers.
No, don't say it.
Less than 5.
Okay.
Wait, we have a
Wait,
internal count.
Someone's in a way.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, Steve Shirellian, resident. I just wanted to compliment staff on a fantastic quarterly report. I appreciate the city manager and the interim finance director putting this as the first item on general business, as it's typically at the end of the night, so it much appreciated, and you got more of a crowd here to hear about the budget and hopefully get engaged. Speaking about getting engaged, one of the things I'd like to see on the slide, the previous slide, that showed the milestone dates for the next budget year. We usually have a community budget meeting, and that's an important part of the process, getting the community engaged. In the last several years, again, post-COVID blues, we had it on Zoom, and I think it's time to go back and in person, especially with MMB looking good, like it's going to pass, and people will have some good input for the next year budget, as I heard from different community members that they're ready to come. So I'd like that. Just throw that out there. Hopefully it's sometime early enough in the process that we can put some of that information in the next year's budget. Thank you.
Okay. All right, any other comments from the chambers? How about on Zoom?
No request on Zoom.
Maybe at the community budget workshop, Richard, we'll get, okay. Closing public comments. Anybody? Councilman, or Mayor Pro Tem.
I just want to compliment finance staff and our interim director, as well as her staff and Libby, who answered some questions for me, where I had some questions about this new methodology and how it applied to our budget and how it might appear to the public, and then also maybe follow up on what was just suggested about a public meeting to discuss the budget. And I presume that that was planned, but maybe wasn't included in the slide, or is that something that can be set up, particularly if there's council direction to do so?
Yes, I think there was a discussion with the city manager in putting that together, so
Terrific.
absolutely.
We're working on it.
Great,
Yes.
thank you.
Okay.
Your Honor, mine's a quick one.
Mayor Pro Tem Lesser is mayor.
Excellent. Councilmember Montgomery.
Thank you, Your Honor. I want to appreciate that, too. I echo David's comment. I think it's good you guys break it down enough. Those of us who are non-accountants appreciate the way you and Libby break it down. And my earlier comments about the Tyler aid contract, I want to make sure everybody knows. I'm not pointing a finger. Onyx, she's brand new, and Libby doesn't know she doesn't know, and Miguel and IT only a year still find his way around City Hall. So it's not a reflection of them, folks. Just we get frustrated sometimes. We don't have things happen to it, or we don't know about them until after the fact. That's where our frustration is. And when someone we're paying to do something, they don't do it for us. And that's the frustration you're hearing from my colleagues. That's where it's coming from. It's not directed at our staff. Just want to make sure everybody hears that. That's all, Your Honor.
Okay, can I, Councilmember Franklin?
Yes, thank you. So on slide number 13, we talked about the citywide parking study currently underway. Can you give us the scheduling of that? Can we promo that a little bit and get people involved? I don't know if Eric is.
Yeah, Eric, do you have that information?
Is he? Oh,
On the-
well, looking for the other Eric.
Oh, yeah.
That's okay.
I can jump in.
This Eric will do.
I can.
Okay.
Anybody?
We've already hosted a community meeting, and we're moving forward on it. They're gathering results essentially now. They've done some studies, gathering results, and they're preparing some recommendations for us to bring forward.
Okay, I also want to compliment Public Works and everybody on the restriping of downtown in particular, adding 90 parking spaces. Once there was 4 parallel parking spaces, now there's 7. So you do the math. I mean, they're adding spaces all over the place. Now that adds 90, and I'm just wondering if there's might be some long-term plan of keeping some of those after Lot 3 is open, so we'd have.
Agenda item, but let's.
Well, but, I mean, just talking about this parking study and the budget.
Sorry, I was racing down. Can you repeat what you'd like to know?
Just the parking study. It's underway, right? You had the first meeting, and when's the next one? And
Good evening, Councilmember Franklin, Mayor Howarth. My name is Eric Zambleet, the city traffic engineer. The city parking study is going well. We just finished collecting parking data for the fall, which is the October-November dates. The parking consultant is compiling all that, trying to find out how long people have been parking, how full it is, making changes on the fly because we've lost Lot 3 and then we regained 90 parking spaces, and so we're trying to work all of that through. There is a survey that's out right now. It's available to the public to participate in our parking data gathering. We want to know what your parking concerns are, and if you have how you park, what types of modes of travel you use for the downtown or the north end. We'll be putting all that together too. There will be workshops in the springtime asking the neighbors and the businesses and everyone who uses parking to come and observe and review the parking data and start coming up with strategies. And this is going to be really a homegrown type of study where we're going to create strategies for our downtown and our north end.
Great.
Great, thank you so much.
All right. Does anyone want to make a motion on this?
Is this receive report?
Receive
Is that a
report.
motion
Does it-
required?
Yeah, you need to
Yeah.
approve on the,
So we have a motion by
Items
Councilmember
discussed.
Franklin and a second by Councilmember Montgomery. Any further discussion? If not, I call for the question.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, we are going to take, a 10, we'll reconvene at, that clock is really wrong.
at 10,
40
10:30?
7:45. Yeah, there we go. All right. Okay, welcome back, everybody. So now we are moving on to item number 11, which is a consideration of a request from Sunrise Senior Living to utilize tax-exempt bond financing for the approved project at 250, 350, and 400 North Sepulveda. And once again, we have Interim Finance Director Onyx Jones.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Onyx Jones. I'm the Interim Finance Director. And we have before you a resolution that was requested by Sunrise Senior Living. And the representative from that agency is Philip Croskin. He is actually on the line as well, available to answer any questions that you may have. What we just wanted to share with you on the approval of the staff report is that there are no fiscal implications associated with the recommended action. We have conferred with our bond counsel. You will note that there's a memo from Kevin Savali who addresses, our
Just be
risk.
clear, there is no recommended action.
Correct. Well,
Discuss and provide.
this is
provide
to
direction.
discuss and provide direction
Right.
from you. Sorry.
But it's not a approve or disapprove or anything like that.
Correct. The
Staff
request
isn't.
came to us through the applicant, and this is not a decision that staff can make. We have to present it to the city council to understand if we want to move forward with it or not.
But I believe an adoption of the resolution, yes. So there would have to be, if you wanted to move forward, there would have to be an adoption of the attached resolution.
Okay.
Okay. So the bonds would be issued by California Public Finance Authority, not the city. And the bonds would not be a debt to the city, nor would they obligate the city in any way. So with that, I'll turn it over for questions, or if you would like to speak with Philip Croskin, I believe he's on the line as well.
Okay, Councilmember Lesser?
Onyx, I was wondering for the members of the public that might be tuning in or anyone who might read a report on this, can you give a little bit more background about the IRC, the Internal Revenue Code provision that requires that a local agency like ours take action on this when, in fact, we have no liability, we have no discretion? That's Section 147F of the Internal Revenue Code. Why are we even considering this when we have no discretion? There's no finding that we're supposed to make? Please describe.
Yes, so in my conversation with our bond counsel, it is literally a function, an administrative function that is required as part of what's called the TEFRA process, and a local agency has to give the approval. It is an administrative function. There is no financial obligation. Now, the history of that I cannot speak to, but I did make sure that there was a full understanding of what is our obligation in it, and there is none. It's just that it's a requirement through the IRS process if they want to get tax-exempt bond approval, that it has to go through a local agency, which would be us.
But just to clarify, again, what those core pieces of information are that puts this in front of us, that this project is located within the territorial limits of the city, and I'm reading from the actual resolution.
Yes.
And that public approval requirement of, this is required to satisfy the public approval requirement of Section 147F of the code.
Mayor Pro Tem, I can jump in here.
Please.
When the TEFRA Act was adopted, essentially what it did was created measures related to transparency. Because they are tax-exempt bonds, the federal government wanted to make sure there were a couple of steps involved that made it very clear to the public what those bonds were going to be utilized for. So there were two things that were required: a public hearing and then approval by the jurisdiction in which the project is located. The public hearing was held by the state in this case, and this is the second step that the TEFRA process created, and it was purely a transparency measure.
Thank you.
Councilmember Napolitano.
Thank you, Your Honor. To whoever can answer these questions, this is a private project, correct?
Yes.
Correct.
And though it says a nonprofit corporation is going to be the sole member, Quality Senior Housing Foundation, what role is do they have in this?
I would direct that question to the applicant, but our understanding is that they have teamed up with a nonprofit organization that specializes in senior housing in order to qualify for these bonds.
Exactly. In order to qualify for these bonds, you have to have some sort of tax-exempt status or nonprofit. But this is not a nonprofit, correct? This is a for-profit business.
Sunrise Senior Living is, yes.
Is very much so. It's not, we don't have, in this project that was approved, there is no requirement that they have affordable units, is there?
Correct.
Okay, are there any other projects in Manhattan Beach that receive this kind of approval or this kind of funding to our knowledge?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And so the city, like a PACE program though, city has to provide an approval for a PACE program, even though story after story and data shows that sometimes PACE doesn't work out for folks. They lose their homes and everything else. And so, you know, it's nice to say that we're not responsible, but what I read in this is that we're saying, yeah, it's, you qualify because you're tax exempt and you're going to be a nonprofit, but we know you're not a nonprofit and you're going to profit off this enterprise. So it seems like a wink and a nod. I mean, is that really what the city's purpose is? That's a rhetorical question. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, have you seen this, a TEFRA hearing in other cities? Is this something that is common, or is this really?
So speaking with our bond counsel, it is something that is done. In fact, I think George did some research and identified a few cities in the area that have gone through the process and approved it. It's not something that's done frequently. It is a very lengthy process to go through. But in my experience personally, no, I have not engaged with anyone or any city that has had to approve this. However, our bond counsel stressed to us that it is solely, at the council's discretion, whether you vote yes or no. There's no ramifications on our end as far as any tax implications, financial obligations, et cetera.
Okay.
Oh, thank you, Your Honor. One other question is, when do these typically come before? Is it because the project lacks financing otherwise in the private market?
I would pose that question to the applicant.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember, or Mayor.
I have a follow-up on it. I'm sorry. You just used the word discretion, but I'm trying to understand what council's discretion is here.
Not to approve it.
Correct.
Okay.
Thank
And
you.
I do want to, if we have a question, if you want to ask the applicant, we can ask that. No, you don't. Okay. Okay. Are there other questions right now? Okay. No? Okay. All right. Why don't we open it up to the public? In chambers?
Good evening once again, Stefan Kumpa. Driven by this quite a few times, and I'm just wondering what the status of the project is. It seems like nothing has happened in a while.
They need financing.
That would be what I would conclude, Steve. But I'm just wondering what's going on, because that kind of triggers my thinking as well.
Okay. We can comment on all of that in our time. Councilmember.
Turn my microphone off.
Sorry, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. I'm hearing this, and I didn't understand when I was reading it, and now I'm hearing about it, and I'm kind of cocking my head because we're asking the city to say yes to something that seems possibly unethical. You have a private business who maybe doesn't have the financing for something, pairs up with a nonprofit. And maybe there's some pushback that we could have then, that if we give the discretion, maybe we do ask for 2 to 3 units or 4 units that are low income. These are very high income units typically by this company. And then just as a little asterisk, is it possible to change the scope of the project at all? Put like some coffee shop and something other underneath? Or is this as is, has to go the way it was approved originally?
Are there more comments or public comments in chambers? Because I know we can turn it over to Zoom.
No request on Zoom.
Okay, no more public comments. Okay. I'm surprised. Well,
No more public comments?
let's make sure he understands. I think the applicant, if he wanted 3 minutes to talk, he may not understand this as his opportunity.
Yes, if this is our opportunity to talk, yes.
So I'm going to be fair.
Chaz,
Not a public hearing.
I'd like to turn it over. This is Philip Croskin with Sunrise
3
Senior
minutes.
Living.
Yep.
Thank you. I'd like to turn it over to Chaz Cardall, who is with Orrick Carrington, the bond counsel representing the bond buyers.
Hello, folks. I don't know, can people hear me all
Yep.
right? Okay, great. So as Phil said, my name is Chaz Cardall. I'm a lawyer, actually a tax lawyer, and I work at a law firm, Orrick Harrington in Sutcliffe. It's a firm like Kevin Savali's firm. We do the same thing. Kevin is your normal bond counsel. Let me just try to be really quick about
Yeah,
this.
you've
but
got
I'm
a
happy
minute
to-
and 40 seconds, so.
Yeah, I'm happy to answer any questions. So as was said, this is a federal tax requirement. The borrower the obligor on the bonds is a nonprofit. The obligor on the bonds is not a for-profit. The for-profit entity will be the operator of this project once it gets constructed, and will help get it constructed, will help develop it. The project qualifies for tax-exempt financing because it is owned by the nonprofit and because it performs what the IRS federal law says is a charitable activity, providing housing for seniors. And this TEFRA process is, as was noted, a ministerial process. It is discretionary. You can decide to say yes or no. It's a very common approval. It's required for every bond of this type, for affordable housing, for hospitals, for private universities, for social service organizations. Often, these sorts of approvals all happen at the state level. For some kind of quirky state law reasons, that does not work in the context of a senior living facility. So we're coming to you for approval at a local level.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, very helpful. Okay. Any other public comments?
Philip raised his hand to provide comments.
Okay.
To be clear, for us to achieve this financing, Sunrise Senior Living, we have foregone ownership of this property. We are not taking the bottom line net operating income as we would typically have done. All we're doing is transferring this asset to the not-for-profit, who will receive all those profits and can use them as they want for their charitable purposes. Sunrise will only retain the development fee and the management fee. This is a major change for us to accomplish this, but it is one of the only financing mechanisms that are out there today. And this is a very typical financing that is done for workforce housing, for student housing, much up and down the East Coast as well as the West Coast. Recently, bonds were sold in Irvine for a similar type of project. So this is a typical TEFRA bond financing that the federal government has authorized for the benefit of creating senior housing and other types of housing.
Okay, thank you. That's also clarifying. Okay.
There's no other request.
Okay. Go ahead. You said, oh, there's no other. I'm sorry. I think you said there's still other requests. I'm like, oh, news to me. Okay, so I'm going to close the public comments and turn to my colleagues. I see Councilmember Montgomery.
Thank you, Your Honor.
What you do?
Just to remind everybody, we're talking about here, a lot of you weren't here when this project came out. We had multiple public hearings on this item. Tonight's council only do yes or no. We can't change the terms of anything we did. It's a yes or a no decision. But before you get excited about the answer, we're talking about 88 units. And I'll read what it actually says. 54 unassisted living units and 34 memory care units. That's what we're talking about, okay? So that's the back of your head. The second part of it is, I wish we could have gone back and done this differently, but we cannot go backwards. Tonight's a yes or no. The danger of passing on this, there's no debt to the city, doesn't impact our finances one way or the other until they actually build it. But if not, think of the large hole we had at Metlocks. How many years did it sit there? So the option is either keep a big hole there, empty and vacant for years, so the guy gets financing, which, who knows, could be a year, could be longer. Or you say no rest to the city, let's provide something that some people in the city may use, but you provide a service we don't have now, an opportunity. So that's the risk. You push it off to a large green fence around it for years and collecting water, or you sit there and say, let's move it forward. We already agreed to approve it. We're talking about a financing issue, which doesn't impact here any of us. That's a decision going forward. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, Councilmember Napolitano.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm against this. Did not support this project, but it did not come to a public hearing at all before the City Council because it went to Planning Commission. Planning Commission approved it. And while I sought to appeal it, I didn't get anyone to join me in appeal it. That's the only way it would have been heard in front of City Council. So it was never actually heard here. There were never changes discussed here regarding what could be done there. In terms of what this is, they talk about charity and senior housing, but there's no affordable units included here. So the charity is to the benefit of whom? When they say management fees and what an additional fees that they're going to collect, the business will collect and take from the nonprofit, they don't say how much that is. And frankly, you can give a whole lot from that nonprofit over to the management fees and other fees and make up for what they would have made to get around and get this financing. If they have to come to us for approval of financing, then I have serious questions about the viability of this project, and that's goes to my unwillingness to support this as well. They've had more than enough time to get financing. They should have gotten financing if they could get it because they have obviously other projects in other places. But again, there's no, in terms of benefit to the city, there's no public coffee shops or public retail down there. You're going to have 80-something units that are going to be occupied by seniors that is going to provide no additional, at a very high rate, no additional services to the city whatsoever. It's going to be just there on Sepulveda with no additional benefit to the city except to the direction of those folks. And the people who are living there, that's a concierge service. They have it in other places. There's a senior, Sunrise Senior Living in Hermosa Beach, if you want to locate someone. I think this project, when you say, well, someone's going to sit there, the corner of Sepulveda and Manhattan Beach Boulevard sat empty for years because you had a lessee who signed papers who was going to develop that, was it Walgreens or CVS, and so they just kept paying. So, they had to pay on a monthly basis. Landlord was collecting a ton of rent, didn't have to do anything, didn't have to go through any processes. Why not? Here, though, if these guys back out because they don't have rent, then it's going to be open season to put something else there. Okay, and that, I believe, would be a better project with more benefits to the city than having just basically a residential place where, hospice care, if you want hospice care, there's places to do that, but in terms of memory care and things like that, this is not the only location it could go or should go. I still believe it's better placed somewhere else in the city, not on the main thoroughfare. So I don't
Okay.
support this. There's no reason why we should.
Okay. All right, Councilmember Franklin.
Yes, well, perhaps I should recuse myself because I am probably closest to being a potential customer.
Catching up.
That's what Nancy told me.
Catching up.
But seriously, these are discussions that older folks have, and they want to be closer to their family. They want to be closer to their friends. They want to be closer to things that are familiar with them. They want to be able to go 1 mile and go to the beach, the familiar beach that they played on with their families for decades. That's the familiarity, that's the value that this brings to Manhattan Beach. They don't want to live in Hermosa, they don't want to live up in PV where there's other assisted living. This is the only one of this type, of this size. There might be smaller ones in Manhattan Beach. And I think it's something that we owe to our older adults who maybe they're ambulatory and it's just not practical that they live in their homes. Maybe they're having memory care issues. And what's the best thing that people tell you is that you want family, you want people who care about you to come and take care of you and to come and visit with you and to come and play checkers with you. Those kind of things are what make a better quality of life towards the end of your life. And you're making these decisions, kind of when you're my age, my wife and I, and we want those things. Now, it doesn't matter if we're wealthy and we can afford it. It's needed. It's part of, if you want to consider a cradle to grave kind of services that you get in a city. You want to be able to go to your familiar restaurants. You want to be able to live where you have the best memories and where you had the highest quality of life. So that's why I support this. In terms of the funding and bonds and everything like that, this goes on. I was dealt a lot with colleges and universities. Student housing would not have been built unless you had, vehicles like this with, teaming up with a nonprofit charity. And it is just that. It's as important as a hospital. It's as important as a fire station. It's as important as, any necessary item in a city. So I'm going to be voting for this, and quite frankly, hope it passes. And our plans are to live in our home as long as we can, but that's not going to be feasible, probably. So, thank you.
Councilmember Lesser.
I joined Councilmember Napolitano in opposing this project. There were many reasons why I did not think this was an appropriate location for this facility, particularly given the slope. It was taking out an activated retail center, which I thought could be upgraded, as opposed to completely removed, and change the character of that block. Nonetheless, I come to a different outcome here, and that is because of our limited role under this section of the Internal Revenue Code, where we don't have liability, we don't have a role, and this is simply a vehicle for financing, which will be up to the developer and the nonprofit. Make no mistake, as Councilmember Napolitano noted, this is not going to be inexpensive housing, notwithstanding the nonprofit involved in this. This is going to be part of a larger franchise that charges market rate, shall we say, for these types of services. But nonetheless, I see our role under this code as one principally to serve as a vehicle for public noticing of this financing, and in that more limited role, I'm willing to approve it.
Councilmember Montgomery, did you want to speak?
I'm just going to ask the applicant about the financing issue. What was the problem, and what is the intention of it in case it doesn't pass tonight? What is his option?
Well, we can ask that question, but I appreciate what Councilmember Lesser said. This really isn't about the project. We had those discussions, and I agree with you. What we're being asked to do is limited in scope, and especially because there is no liability for us. And I also want to say that, I believe it's been hard to get funding and credit freed up in this kind of time that we're in, and developers or people are trying to find ways to do the projects that we approved that will benefit the community, and this is a vehicle for that. I disagree that, well, what I worry about is if we say no and and the applicant can't get the financing somewhere else, and let's say it becomes it is a big hole, and it's, we wait for a new project to come along. Who's to say they're going to get financing, and who's to say that that project isn't going to then fall prey to developer's remedy or become something that's actually not as contained and as needed in the community. I support this, whether I support the project or not, I support this mechanism. This is a transparency issue, and I just am prepared to vote for it, and we'll make a motion that we consider adopting the resolution. So, but I see that, oh, okay.
And just to
Councilmember
clarify, though, obviously builder's remedy doesn't apply because we have a certified housing element. If you didn't have a certified housing element, then builder's remedy would apply to the city.
That's fair.
And the other would be just.
I stand corrected.
The default is in transparency. I can count to 4, but the default in transparency, you can vote yes just as well as no. It doesn't, just because they're asking for financing and it has to come to us, doesn't mean you have to vote yes for it. I get it. You're one because you think grandma's going to live there, but okay.
I think I've never lived there, but unfortunately my grandmother, or my mother. But I appreciate the corrections and call for the question.
Was there a second?
Oh, I'm sorry. Councilmember Franklin, I made the motion to accept. Councilmember Franklin moved to second.
And that's to adopt the resolution.
Yeah, and transparency, it wasn't about me voting yes or no. It was about what we're being asked, how we're being asked to do it.
I am not seeing, I'm not seeing the voting.
Oh, you don't have your vote. We have, can
I
we
put
do
you
it?
down as a no.
We want to,
Can we do, if you can't vote,
no, we want to enfranchise our voters.
Yeah.
But I do see
Can we
that
do-
there's no voting screen.
can we do a voice vote or?
Okay. Councilmember Napolitano?
Never.
Councilmember Montgomery?
Yes.
Councilmember Franklin?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lesser?
Yes.
Mayor Howard?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-1.
Okay. Do we need to have somebody come look at Councilmember Franklin's screen? Because he's having a hard time getting to the voting screen.
Dag nabbit?
Unless we
Dag nabbit.
anticipate him voting in a different way than we want him to.
Yeah, he's not going to vote with me, no. So let's have somebody look at that, and, but we're going to move on to item number 12. Okay, and that is Public Works Director Eric Lee. Discussion of options to upgrade an American with Disabilities Act parking space near the Catalina Classic Sculpture and a potential fiscal appropriation needed for a project.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. This evening, City Engineer Katie Daugherty will be giving the presentation. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Haworth, honorable council members. I will be presenting this item related to the Catalina Classic sculpture and the installation of a required ADA parking space. A brief history, well, the Catalina Classic is a paddleboard race starting at the Isthmus on Catalina Island and ending here at the Manhattan Beach Pier. A commemorative sculpture was proposed to the city in December 2018. City Council approved the concept for a commemorative sculpture. In November 2021, City Council authorized an MOU to accept and maintain the donated sculpture. Fabrication and installation was to be provided at no cost to the city. In August 2023, the sculpture was completed and unveiled in a ribbon-cutting ceremony. And in May 2024, City Council requested that staff determine the cost of the city to complete the necessary ADA upgrades, which is why we're here tonight. So just to describe the site and the scope of the work that still needs to be completed. Does this have a pointer on it? Okay. The sculpture is located in the blue dot on that image up there. This is the lower pier parking lot. So the pier is on the far right, kind of jetting up the screen. And the Strand the Strand is behind it, and the Strand bike path is running in front of it. There was an ADA parking space, Americans with Disability Act parking space located nearest the pier on the north side of this south pier parking lot. It was, as a part of this project, there was a commemorative plaque originally planned to go along with the sculpture, and that triggered an ADA code requirement to do some ADA upgrades, which ended up moving the ADA space from the original spot, I will get through this, to the new location at the south side of the South Pier parking lot, which is labeled there on the left. So the space has been moved, it's been restriped, the siding has been done. But when we went to do final closeout of the permit and final inspections, it was discovered that the new space did not meet the grade requirement. It's a maximum of 2% grades for ADA parking spaces, and this one was 4 to 5%. So it was going to require quite a bit of work to basically excavate out that whole portion of the parking lot in order to meet that 2% grade. We're going to have to go about 4 spaces over and fully excavate and reconstruct that portion of the parking lot. So new plans were submitted by the Board Writers Foundation. They eliminated the commemorative plaque that they were originally proposing for that location and proposed to move the ADA space back to its original location, which is closer to the pier. Those plans have been approved, and so the ask is whether or not the city should complete this work to move the ADA space back to its original location, or if, per normal circumstances, the applicant, which is the Board Writers Foundation, should do that. Now, moving the ADA space back to its original location will require some work. That original location is between 2 and 3%. So to get it to that 2% requirement, there will be some mill and overlay work that needs to be done, and restriping and re-signage to move it back to its original location, which is the cost estimates that we have provided, in the staff report. So for council consideration tonight is, should the city fund this work to move the ADA parking space back to its original location and make it fully compliant? If we do want to do that, there's 2 options for delivery of that. The first would require approximately $30,000 in CIP funds, and it would get wrapped into an existing annual city project that we do, the annual citywide concrete repairs project. If we wanted to do it faster and at more accelerated rate, it would be about $50,000 for us to move that ADA space back to its original location. If not, then the board writers would complete the work as is normally done. Okay. So that completes my presentation. I'm happy to take some questions if there are any.
Okay, Councilmember Montgomery.
Thank you, Your Honor. Hey, turn this back on. Hey, Katie, remind us, I know we approved this back in December, almost 6 years to today, or December of 2018. Remind us why we're using CIP money when we have so much money in the Public Art Trust Fund. Last time I checked, looks like art to me, and it's public. So why would I go take money out of CIP or go to South Bay Board Writers, pay for this, when we've got Public Art Trust Fund money? Is there a conflict there that we didn't use, we can't use?
So the question is whether or not we could use Public Arts Trust Fund money to complete these ADA improvements?
Yes.
I am not actually sure the answer to that. Are there some restrictions to?
Maybe our city attorney knows.
Yeah.
Yes, the parking space did not qualify as public art.
There you go. It's for this, we can't tie the two together. Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent question. Councilmember Franklin.
So can you go back that second to last slide, the photo there?
Joe's.
It's on. It's
Okay.
on. I can see it.
Now
Okay.
it's on.
Okay.
We were worried about your mic.
So let me get this right. We had an original ADA space, and it was fine. But then we turned that into a regular parking space and made the other space, the new ADA space. Now, from talking to the South Bay board writers, is that that cost them about $18,000 to restripe that space, the part that's to the south, right? The one that says new ADA space. Okay, and then subsequently it was found that it was more than the grade that it was going to take, and that's why we're here today. So why is it costing so much to go back and just bring that original ADA space? It's like $30,000, right?
Correct, yeah.
And that's just to get rid of that 1% grade?
So we would have to mill and overlay an area of about 600 square feet in that area to have it completely compliant with the 2% slope. The previous ADA space that existed before it was touched at all was not compliant with the 2%. So now that we've touched it, we've moved it, we now need to bring it back and make it fully compliant with ADA standards.
Okay.
Spend the price for it.
And so the question today is whether the city pays for it or
the applicant.
Somebody else, the applicant. Okay. Along with this, moving this back and forth like that, where is the plaque going to go for this?
Those are ongoing discussions right now. The idea is not to put it right next to the sculpture, which is what was originally planned and has become problematic from an ADA standpoint. So those discussions, I understand, are happening now between Public Works, Parks and Rec, and board writers. It hasn't been decided, to my knowledge.
So one of the areas was the Strand?
It's a potential, but we need to figure out jurisdictions and if we were going to put it there.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Lesser?
Katie, I'm going to rephrase a question based on the 2021 Memorandum of Understanding between the city and the South Bay Board Writers Club. Who was responsible for paying for the ADA space under the MOU?
The board writers.
The board writers.
Mhm.
And they did pay for that.
They paid for this relocation to the south end of the park.
Correct. And the problem is the grade.
Correct.
Should that have been caught at the time of construction? And if not, why not?
Thank you.
Yeah, I think so.
Ryan Heiss, building official and acting community development director. It was caught by our team during the time of inspections, which is when we look to ensure that it meets the requirements shown on the approved plans.
And ordinarily, who's responsible for correcting what would be a correction order, I'm assuming, or the equivalent if it's in a public space?
The contractor that's performing the work.
Okay, thank you.
Hold on a second. Keeps going back and forth. Councilmember Napolitano.
Yes, thank you. Let me go back to my presentation. Oh, no, it's
We're having
the same.
some technical.
Was the
It's the presentation. I pressed.
was the slide taken off?
There
Yeah,
it is.
there it is. So, silly question time. Is the east side, the entire east side there, is that off grade as well?
I don't know if our team.
Did we ever look at, I mean, if you look at the far west, the southwest corner where the new ADA space was put in, I don't know what the length of distance needs to be from whatever it is that the ADA has to be compliant with, but did we check those other parking spaces on the east side?
Jeff Fialco, Principal Civil Engineer. Yes, we did check throughout the entire parking lot, particularly focusing on the south portion. And the most expedient location to locate a compliant space, meaning the least amount of work required, is the original ADA space. We looked everywhere else throughout that parking lot.
So those are pretty far off on the east side as well?
Yes. Okay. There's also backup distance and other issues to consider, but the least costly is the location that's being proposed to relocate it to.
And then the grade we're talking, the grade difference is between where the parking spot is and the statue, is that correct?
It's the space itself, the access aisle. You'll notice that each of those spaces highlighted in red has an additional space next to it. That's the access aisle.
Yeah.
Both the entire space, the access aisle, and the accessible way to a public space have to be compliant. So when we move it back to the original space, there's actually a walkway behind it that goes over to the strand path that has to comply as well. And currently, all of it is out of compliance as far as grade.
And so the grade is within the space itself, not the distance from the space to the statue.
The slope, we're referring
The
to the
slope.
slope throughout the space, and the
Sorry.
compliant walkway is exceeding 2%.
Great. Okay. Any other questions for staff right now? Councilmember Lesser?
No.
Did you? Okay. Yes, sir.
Actually, one more. So we talked about the permit, that they had to get a permit and in order to do this work. And was there an inspection by our team of looking at that spot before they started the work? Measure it?
So when the permits are submitted, they're produced by a licensed architect. And so the licensed architect provides the site conditions, and our plan check team reviews the plans. It's not until the inspection time when we go out and do field visits to confirm that.
To be clear, Councilmember Franklin, their architect had proposed to regrade to meet the requirements of ADA, but that regrading wasn't completed. It was just a painting on the surface.
The plan showed a compliant space.
When they submitted the plans.
Yeah.
Got it.
I have to ask the question. I'm thinking it, and that is, might the board writers have some discussion that they should be having with their contractor to the extent that the contractor did not build the plan?
City Attorney, question?
It's a
We can't
board writer's
know.
question.
I withdraw the question.
I'll sustain. Okay.
Exceed your time?
Yeah, okay. Any other questions? Okay. I'm going to open it up to public comments. Are there folks in the chamber who want to speak on this issue? We are on item number 12. Okay. There are no board writers. Okay, how about on Zoom?
There's no request on Zoom.
Okay, I'm going to close public comment. Richard?
My motion, Your Honor, is to approve this item and allow up to a cap of $50,000 if necessary to fix this and fix it once and for all by ourselves this time.
Okay, do I have a second?
Yes.
I'll be your second.
Go ahead, questions?
Just question for staff. Along the lines of Mayor Pro Tem Lesser's, just, do we have any recourse with the contractor since they worked on public property?
Oh, we don't have a contractor agreement with their contractor.
Okay, and Councilmember Lesser?
This is a challenge for me. I'm very much supportive of the sculpture and of the board writers. They are a nonprofit, are they not? I also had the honor of being at the ribbon cutting and leading it. So as a result, it's difficult for me because in this case, as staff just indicated, ordinarily the liability would fall on the contractor. The offsetting factor for me is this is very much a public space, and obviously this is a public parking lot, and we want to welcome visitors making use of this lot. So I'm still ruminating on these competing issues for me and these competing values.
Okay. All right, thank you. We do have a second by Councilmember Franklin, but there's some more discussion. So Councilmember Napolitano?
Thank you, Your Honor. Well, I certainly wouldn't want to be the one to keep all the seniors from the Sunrise Living to not be able to visit.
And
To not be able to visit
And the
this
statue.
statue, so
Let it go.
never, I said, and I meant it. So I will support the motion.
Okay, Councilmember Montgomery?
Your Honor, I had the privilege of being the one to dedicate the statue when it happened, and I can tell you that it was it took us, 5 years to get there, to make it happen, between the county and everybody else involved in this. And the fact that the contractor, private contractor, did the job that we required, it's unfortunate to go back and do it ourselves. Maybe we should have done it right the first time, ourselves, but now we're going to fix that.
Well,
Thank you, Your Honor.
and I see Councilmember Franklin, you want to make a comment?
Yes. So
If I may.
I too was at the ribbon cutting, and it was great. And to meet the board writers, to learn their history, it really is, part of Manhattan Beach. I let them talk me into doing that peer-to-peer prone paddleboard race, which I think I'm one and done as far as that, because it's not a board, it's a Tootsie Roll, and it's very, very hard to maintain your balance. But yeah, I think they've proven themselves, by their dedication to raise the money, substantial amount of money, right? Over $400,000 to build the statue. People are out there having a lot of fun. It's a big draw, so I support the city.
Okay.
I don't know what we want,
It was up to 50,000 is what Richard made a motion for.
Yeah, okay, so I didn't know if we needed A or B, but
Okay.
yeah, CIP.
Councilmember Napolitano, I haven't made a comment yet. May I just make a quick comment because
Where are you on the line?
I'm after you, but I'm the mayor, so I'm going to take mayor's prerogative, which is, I wanted to say what, or amplify Councilmember Montgomery. I think we have to be really careful. We have all these wonderful groups out there, and they're raising money. When they hire their own architects and they hire their own contractors, it just doesn't go so well. Because they don't know how to build municipal buildings. They don't know how to follow the mandates. They don't know, and it always comes back to bite them. So I want us to figure out a way to go forward. I know everyone says, oh, it's going to be more if we use a city, and it invariably ends up not being more because we know what we're doing. So, Councilmember Napolitano.
I would say it actually has nothing to do with that, because I think to Mayor Pro Tem Lesser's concerns, and to the point that Councilor Montgomery made, in seriousness, it's not about what the board writers were able to do or not do. Their charge was to do the statute. Now, we knew coming in that there were other plans that could have been put forward regarding staircases and things like that there. But regardless of that, what we have here is a situation where we have a parking lot where wherever we put a ADA accessible parking space, it doesn't meet the code.
Mm-hmm.
And so address that for anybody who's coming down to the pier. We should address our ADA regardless of the statute or anything else, because if we're out of compliance and we touch the parking spot, that's what happens. When you touch something, you have to update it to the latest ADA requirements. And that's what we're doing here. And we shouldn't be shy about spending money and making things more accessible for folks. And that's what this is about. It's not about the statue. It has to be located in a certain spot so they can access that statue. But it's also for people who want to access the beach or access the bike path or anything else.
That's a perfect
So
point.
it's really about disability. It's not about the statue.
I really appreciate that. So it's time to vote. Can everybody access their voting screen?
Mayor, if I may, can I get some clarity on the motion? I'm hearing up to $50,000, and our recommendation on the staff side would be to incorporate this on an annual project and not do a special project and incur the additional costs. Is that?
I agree with that.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
The lower cost of 30,000.
Up to 50 if we need to, but we're going to do it as efficiently as possible.
Correct. I put a cap of $50,000 on it, so.
Thank you.
Perfect. Excellent points, everybody.
Thank you.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay. Oops, excuse me. Okay, let's see, we are on item number 13, consideration of a moratorium on enforcement of the refuse enclosure ordinance. This looks like it's Public Works Director Lee.
Evening again. Pleased to present this item to you tonight. This is an item that the City Council requested a couple months ago, and actually on September 3rd. And so as a way of background, we're talking about refuse enclosures here in the city. And for the purposes of this conversation, refuse, we're referring to not only landfill trash, but also recycling, glass, paper, metals, et cetera. And then organics, which would be food, plant products, soil paper, that sort of thing. As the council knows, the city has a long-standing ordinance adopted in 1967 that requires all residential and commercial structures to be required to have an enclosure for the storage of their trash and rubbish receptacles and containers. And as adopted, all structures were required to have these within 1 calendar year of this ordinance being adopted in the 60s. Over the last many decades, there have been quite a few changes in solid waste law here in California. In 1989, certainly there's solid waste diversion. We had mandatory recycling on the commercial side in the mid-2000s. And then organic waste recycling is really what we've been focusing on over the last about 10 years. And organic waste, again, is food waste, plant waste, that sort of thing. Another involvement in solid waste law is in 2022, transformation in recycling was prohibited. And so that's essentially burning of trash, which is not recycling. And so no longer, cities no longer get credit for transformation. As it relates to the reason and purpose behind trash enclosures, refuse enclosures, it's really to preserve and protect public health and safety. If materials aren't stored properly, they attract rodents and vermin, and in turn, these pests can actually attract other wildlife higher on the food chain. It's important to note this photo here is an exemplar of some of our downtown alleys back in the 2014 era. We rarely see this type of situation now. Another reason for refuse enclosures is our obligation to environmental sustainability, water quality. Under the Clean Water Act, we operate under a permit issued by the state of California, the Regional Water Quality Board here in Los Angeles, which is called the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System Permit, NPDES permit. And it's also referred to as our MS4 permit. And I guess it's important to note, as this graphic indicates, really what we want going into our bodies of water are rain and storm runoff and not other types of substances. Under our MS4 permit issued by the Regional Water Quality Board, we're required to have effective source controls and implement best management practices as it relates to trash and keeping debris out of the waterways. And we need to prevent non-stormwater discharges from entering our municipal storm drain system. And part of that is refuse enclosures. Along with the changing landscape, not only in state regulations and in how the Clean Water Act's been implemented, trash changes have happened over the last 2 decades here in Manhattan Beach. We used to have stackable cans. We moved towards wheeled carts with semi-automated collections. And so, with that change in the early 2000s, many of the prior refuse enclosures simply were not big enough to accommodate the larger carts that we're using now. And then throughout the 2010s, the introduction of organics recycling and then the ultimate mandate from the state has added a third bin to most properties. This has exacerbated space constraints with our city, especially in the coastal areas where we're landlocked and there's really a footprint issue. And we've been working extensively with Cal Recycle, our regulator, on this. They understand the issues and they understand our commitment to resolve these issues incrementally over time. So getting closer to what we're doing now, as the city was preparing to implement SB 1383 back in 2018, the spatial constraints of our commercial properties was really one of the major hurdles to overcome. Additionally, about the same time, the city was grappling with a lot of complaints from residents both in downtown and in North Manhattan Beach about health and safety issues with trash and cleanliness and commercial containers being in public view and public right-of-way. And so, in grappling with all of these competing tensions, staff at the time had two options to consider. Are we going to be pursuing enclosure enforcement immediately along the lines of implementing the 1967 ordinance in full in one fell swoop, or pursuing enclosure enforcement incrementally? And so, as indicated in the report, the incremental approach was adopted. And the idea being that as commercial properties filed applications for building permits, that would demonstrate their desire to alter their properties and their financial ability to complete some sort of construction project. And at the time, staff worked with the Downtown Business and Professional Association, the Chamber of Commerce, as well as the North Manhattan Beach BID on these plans, and there was support at that level. And I've got a few examples for you of how these enclosures have changed the landscape of Manhattan Beach and helped to screen these containers from view. The red circles or ovals in these slides refer to the prior conditions, and the green ones, how we transitioned into enclosed spaces. So here's one at the backside of the mall. Here's one in the 100 block of Center Place. And my understanding is for years, if not decades, this part of Center Place was really a hotbed of complaints from residents about just trash and cleanliness and all those issues associated with it. And as you can see from the larger photo on the right, the city's work in this regard, while challenging, has really paid off to beautify and clean up this area. This example here is the 100 block of 9th Place, and so you can see how those containers are now screened by the enclosure. And this is behind 1112 Manhattan Avenue, which is Hook and Plow. And so what I failed to indicate here is in the upper left-hand picture, in that left-hand corner, you can actually see near that yellow car, there's a refuse enclosure there. And so when the new owner took over the building, they needed to develop a refuse enclosure space that would accommodate all the containers they would need. And so I believe this was a clothing store before it became a restaurant. And when that type of transition at a merchant level happens, the number of containers and just the nature of the refuse really changes. And so one of the things that the applicant said to us is we can't increase the size of this enclosure there on the left by that yellow car. And we were able to work and custom tailor a solution with the applicant. You don't have to necessarily increase that enclosure, but you've got space for another enclosure. Let's do that, and it solved the problem. And so on that right hand picture, I should actually have 2 green circles because we have 2 refuse enclosures there. Some more feedback for the council, just as it relates to refuse enclosures. The most probably contemporaneous pulse we have on the community on the concerns about trash and cleanliness in the downtown area really has come out of our outdoor dining task force, where they express concerns regarding exacerbation of these types of issues with expansion of outdoor dining. And so while this presentation doesn't weigh in on pros and cons of outdoor dining or anything like that, there is some current feedback we've got from the community that this is a concern. And then as it relates to related proposals coming out of those conversations, the task force was proposing additional areas within their property to accommodate adequately sized enclosures and service levels, and to correct practices that add to trash issues, such as placing these containers in the public right-of-way. So, in summary, staff is not recommending that the council implement a moratorium on the enforcement of this ordinance. By staying the course, we ensure that the city's got a clear path to manage our waste streams properly, and eventually achieve full compliance with state regulations. And if the council wanted to pursue a moratorium, staff's opinion is that CEQA review is likely and that an initial study would likely be required. That said, we do know that there are challenges that exist for businesses with the current state of our ordinance. And with that, as indicated in the report, we do have a concept that we think the council might be interested in, and it's something we certainly could explore more if there was a desire to do so. Essentially, it'd be changing the ordinance to provide objective baseline thresholds for enclosure sizing within the ordinance. So it would differentiate food establishments from other types of commercial enterprises, and would be based on the size of the property. And so these thresholds could set minimum square footage for each container type and provide clear standards for considering any type of, provide clearer standards for businesses considering renovations. And so this is, it's in the report, it's an example only, but the idea would be we could work with the business community to find the right thresholds that make sense for Manhattan Beach. And if you're a prospective property owner and you're going to buy a property that is, say, 3,000 square feet, and it's been an art gallery for 10 years, and now you're going to operate a restaurant there, what does your refuse enclosure space need to be for you to be compliant with our ordinance and actually make sure that all of your waste that your enterprise generates is contained on site. And similarly for non-food establishments. And these thresholds, we've certainly talked about internally, and we think there's some logic behind them. But if this is something that the council was even moderately interested in, we would certainly do outreach with the community and make sure that we're right-sizing this for Manhattan Beach. The upside of if we did pursue an amendment to the ordinance like this is it would provide some clarity, some more clarity to businesses that are contemplating improvements. And so it would allow at the outset of their design work that they could really, this would be front and center. Not only do you have to accommodate for dining room space or restroom space or kitchen space, but also refuse enclosure space. And they could do that at the front end of their planning rather than, what we've often seen is businesses that have designed their full remodel and they realize at the back end of their design process that they have a refuse enclosure issue that now they have to wrestle with and change their entire design concept to accommodate things that perhaps they were not fully aware of at the front end. And so instead of addressing those during the plan check process, they could do this at the front end and really avoid budget surprises in the long run. That concludes my presentation. And of course, I'm available for questions that you have.
I think there are some, indeed. Okay, thank you so much, Director Lee. Councilmember Napolitano.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just a couple of questions, because I'm trying to understand the law, the purpose of the law, and with the changes that we've seen evolve over time, right? Effective source controls we talked about, refuse stored properly. But I'm looking at some of the examples, right? In project examples, we've got the mall here. And in the one picture up top, with the red circle, you've got a trash container, right? I don't know what that would be, a couple 100-gallon bin or something like that, right? And that has a lid on it. And there's nothing, as far as I can tell, that can get in or out of there. So it seems like an effective source control. It seems like refuse is stored properly. But then in the picture down below that, you've got a nicer looking enclosure that encloses an enclosed container. So it seems to be more aesthetics than actually, when you could say it's a redundant, but then you look at some other examples, and the one down on the 100 block of 9th Street, that's a very open trash container. It has a metal mesh, side to it, gate to open it up, but certainly vermin can get in there. Certainly coyotes can crawl under there, or rats, whatever it might be. But we let that go because, again, the container inside the container has a top on it that can close and everything else. So I guess, in terms of some of these things, why isn't a trash container with a secure top enough to satisfy? And I put that in the light of historic. I'm thinking New Orleans or some other historic district areas where you have historic buildings. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of historic buildings that we designate as historic because people don't want to do it for different reasons. But if we were going to say historic downtown or historic North End, these buildings are old enough. Even the that's a nice solution down there. If you got the blue bins and the tops are secure and nothing can get in or come out of it, what's the difference?
So I would point out a couple differences. First, that the requirements for the trash enclosures that you're seeing in the improved properties have sewer drainage connections to the sewer. With the trash bins, oftentimes the liquids can seep through and leak onto the ground surface.
Right, but shouldn't we be going after them for a faulty container? I see Bobby up here. Do you have holes in the bottom of your containers? What's that?
there are some holes in the bottom of the containers. It's steel, it does get rusted, but yeah, we're not supposed to be picking up liquid.
Okay, all right.
And the third issue I would point out is the frequency of which we see that the lids are left open.
Okay. I mean, okay. Do we go around making sure that people have their enclosures locked up? Any more than we check whether their trash cans are folded up?
I think Community Development Director will help handle that.
Ryan Heiss, Acting Community Development Director. Yes, we actually do. Code enforcement goes around when trash cans are not stored in the enclosure. We provide notice to them.
So
When they're not stored in the enclosure?
Right.
But if the gate's open, we don't tell them to lock the gate?
Not often, no. The gates sometimes are required for visibility, sometimes aren't, depending on the orientation of the enclosure.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ryan.
Councilmember Lesser.
Not sure who I asked this to, maybe the city manager or Director Lee. The item on the agenda is framed as a potential moratorium on enforcing the current code. To the extent that council gave clear direction to develop a new revised code and directed that there be outreach to local businesses to be part of this process, what would be the time frame? What would be the timeline for doing so, realistically?
Well, I mean, I think it would take some months to do. I think we would want to get some clear understanding of where the council would like to see amendments to the ordinance. And we'd like to do some research to make sure that any type of proposal makes sense for the industry in the region. And then we'd want to work with with the community to make sure that it addresses their concerns as well.
But am I correct that this is one of the options that we have tonight, as opposed to adopting a moratorium, is to offer direction to move forward with a code amendment, correct?
This is correct.
Thank you.
How did we come up with the sample threshold matrix, especially for food establishments? It's like up to 5,000 square feet. It says the enclosure area is 88. I think that was on slide 18.
Yes. So we worked with, we did some research with surrounding agencies in the county that have similar types of ordinances, found there's a real lack of uniformity, no set standards. And in discussing with, internally between Public Works and Community Development and also with Waste Management, this is what we thought would be a good step forward, at least for discussion purposes. I do know that the Downtown Business and Professional Association has concerns about these, and certainly as it relates to, the first threshold being 5,000 square feet. If we need to have smaller tiers along the way, that's certainly something that we could consider.
And is the threshold based on, so you have your enclosure area, it says up to 5,000 feet. Enclosure area, 88 square feet. How many, I guess, bins would that,
Our Solid Waste Administrator, Anna Luke Jones, can answer.
So all of the numbers represent certain service levels. And so we looked at a sample of 10 to 15 different trash enclosures that have been reviewed over the last couple of years to find some key examples. And I just want to say, first and foremost, when all else fails, the service level decides the size of the enclosure. Okay? So if you have a 2-yard trash, a 96-gallon recycling, and a 35-gallon organics, that is your service level. Put a fence around it. That is your enclosure. The city is not telling you then have to take on service levels or conditions that are not appropriate for your business. These are simply samples or examples, but in the end, your service level of your property is going to determine it.
Why would we tell a restaurant they have to have a certain square footage if, so the service.
So,
let me kind of, well, what I'm trying to get at is our goal should be no trash on the streets, no rats running around and stuff leaking out and trash cans in the right of way. That's gross. I don't
Correct.
want that.
Bad.
Bad. I want to use some big words here, no. So, but if a restaurant has a big trash bin and a recycling bin, and they get theirs picked up every day, then why would we dictate to them how big it should be?
So when the trash enclosure review first starts, okay, the first thing we do is we look at what is their current service level and is it working for their business? A lot of times, the current service level is working just fine. We also look to see if there have been any overage issues at the location.
What do you mean by that?
The containers overflowing.
Containers
And
overflowing.
yes, and so waste management, they do track overflowing containers. And so we check to see if there's any overflow. We also check to see if the purpose of the location is going to change. Like Eric had mentioned, was it a ma and pa clothing store? And now it's moving to a national, eatery.
No, but if
And
it's
so their
restaurant
volume
to
might change.
restaurant, we're talking about like restaurant, I'm talking about restaurant to restaurant.
Yes, and so once it's established what their current service levels are and what they want to do, for example, maybe their project is to add a second bar, or they want to add a additional dining area, we might take into consideration how much additional waste is possible. What we put on the first round of comments in their plan is the recommended service levels. We do not say you must do this. We say these are the recommended service levels. Here's what you currently have. This is what we recommend. It does not always change, okay? And then oftentimes it moves into site visits, phone calls, emails, working with the businesses on why those recommendations were made. Waste management is involved every step of the way. The Downtown Business Association has been present at site visits before in some of these meetings to try to discuss what the service level should be. The purpose of this chart also, you may recall Eric saying, is what we have encountered as one of the biggest concerns is properties that are, or developers that are coming in fresh, they purchase a property, they've already worked with their architect to create a high rise that they want to build, or they've already created a vanilla shell that they want to build. They start plan check and they didn't put any time or as much time as needed into the trash enclosure, and then they feel surprised. So then the thought was, well, other cities have charts like this that give people more of a heads up of this is what you can expect. The architects can have an idea of what seems reasonable.
Sure.
And that's where the origin of this chart
I
came
got
from.
it. The things that strike me is when we talk about service level, that doesn't necessarily equate to size of your enclosure area.
So,
And so if somebody says, I'd like to pay, I'll pay for more pickup, I'll contract with waste management, and I'll pay for more trash. And if that's fulfilling, the service level, is that acceptable? Or do they have?
Yes, and that has happened on many projects where the containers, the size of containers they have are fine, but they're going to be, let's say it's a mini mart, and they're going from selling beer and wine, and now they want to do spirits or hard liquor. And so we tell them, okay, you're going to need to add an additional recycling day in your pickup, and there's no other change to the location. There is a strong variety of scenarios.
Okay, thank you.
But I just wanted to share the 32, 32, 24. That is a 3-yard trash, a 3-yard recycling, and 2 64-gallon organics.
When you say 3 yard?
3 cubic yard bin.
3 cubic yard bin.
So this is an average suggestion for people who are creating plans for development or wanting to make changes. But like I said, in the end, what the service level is going to be for the property dictates the size of their enclosure.
So 64 plus 24 equals 88 square feet. But those are cubic yards, so we need to divide up by 3.
Cubic yards, and then we also require 1 foot around each
Gotcha.
containers.
Thank you.
So that the tenants can properly access the containers.
Makes
We
sense.
don't want a Tetris situation where we have someone in the middle of, the evening trying to move a bin
Perfect.
out to access another bin.
Thank you, that's
Okay,
helpful.
you're welcome.
Right, Councilmember Franklin?
Yes,
More
so,
trash.
so what about cardboard boxes? I see there's a lot of cardboard boxes around. Does that get into the equation? Does it have to be put into a container? Does it, I
Yeah,
know
that
they
would go
have
in
to
the
be broken
recycling
down.
container.
They go in a recycling container.
Correct.
So.
And that's a challenge for having, like a traditional recycling cart. Those are quite small and difficult for the cardboard boxes, and so that hence we go to bins. Like a 3-yard cubic bin is going to be much more amenable to cardboard boxes.
And is any sharing allowed with with businesses? Can they make, hey, I got a lot of boxes tonight, can I use your trash bin? And they say, yeah, tonight's a light night for us. I mean, is there anything like that?
I'm sure in a city of our size, those conversations are had between the merchants.
Okay.
That's certainly from a planning, plan check, building enforcement standpoint, we don't approach the math equation that way.
Okay, because I remember seeing a special enclosure in what used to be Lot 3. And it was all the white bins with cardboard boxes. And it seemed like several of those restaurants were using it.
Yeah, so I think that's a great example of an accommodation that the city made some years back to allow the local businesses to use part of Lot 3 as an enclosure space, with the understanding that eventually, as they redevelop their businesses, they will stop using that space. And so Esperanza is a good example. They have redeveloped, they've got plans to be out of the Lot 3 space. And also on the city side, whenever Lot 3 was redeveloped, as we're in the process of doing, eventually that would go away too.
That will go.
The shared space would go away too.
Oh, go away.
That was the understanding when the Lot 3 trash enclosure arrangement was made.
But since we got an opportunity to design
You don't want
a new
trash.
parking lot, couldn't we
No.
bring it in again?
So, as the council knows, the upper part of Lot 3 is all on the ground now. We're doing a lot of ground level work on the demolition, and we're making good progress. As part of the interim temporary flat parking lot that we're designing, we are going to have some enclosure space for those merchants that were using that facility. And then we're going to have to talk long-term as the council decides on how to repurpose that lot or how to improve that lot into some other type of development. Obviously, there's going to be a major parking component to that. Does council want to continue having some of that square footage dedicated to really supporting these private businesses in this space-constrained area? And so I think that's a conversation for the council at a later date, but that concept's very relevant.
All right, so Cal Recycle wouldn't mind, right? I mean, we're operating under a waiver, right?
Yeah, so some of our businesses have waivers, and they don't need to have the organics carts, and Cal Recycle is aware of that. However, as we continue to develop the city year after year, the idea is we're making incremental progress to get each of these properties enough space to have all the required containers.
Okay. Well, it kind of makes sense that they're going to have to be larger establishments to support the rents and the improvements that they'd be making, so that would mean more trash. Right?
They build it.
Less space, though, to build the trash.
Yeah. So just if you can bring that slide up there of the 32, yeah, can you give me an idea of a, up to 5,000 square foot restaurant? I mean,
Locally?
Locally, like just which ones? Or maybe the ones that are over 5,000, perhaps? Restaurant owners, maybe?
Are you aware of what that is?
No, well, no, wait.
Yeah, yeah,
Not back
okay.
and forth yet.
SMEs, subject matter experts.
No, but
Here, come to the microphone.
These are provided by our engineering department. The Strand House is 4,762. Manhattan Beach Post is 4,686. Arthur J's is 4,095. Let's see, Pitfire and Fusion Sushi combined is 6,596. Torrance is 3,142. Is that helpful?
yeah.
Okay, thank you. So like Pitfire, I see there is a dedicated trash enclosure for Metlock, so they do share that area, Pitfire and Fusion Sushi.
So the enclosure that you see that looks kind of like a dock,
Yeah,
that actually is not for Pitfire. They actually have their own further down. You kind of don't notice it. It's almost like in the very back of Nick's.
okay,
There's kind of a private little door.
okay,
Yeah, so that's theirs.
all right, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Any other questions? Any other trash talk sorry, couldn't resist.
I had to
okay.
do it.
I couldn't resist. Okay, I'm going to turn over to public comments. Don't go far because we could have more questions. So members of the public who would like to comment, you get 3 minutes.
Good evening again, Stefan here, Honorable Mayor, council members. Can someone characterize the size of this problem? How many businesses do we have that require this? How many are compliant? How many remaining non-compliant? I'm just trying to get my head around, are we talking about 3 businesses or 100?
Okay.
Hi, Setar Gajar again with Accelerate Manhattan Beach. This is maybe a question for Anna. If you could look at slide number 18 again. Would it be possible to expand that slide and say for restaurants 5,000, we need 5,000 square feet, and larger, we need 88 square feet for 1 time a week pickup, and then we have multiple slides that reduces that needed square footage for twice pickup, 3, 4, 5, however many times. Then there is a range that the architect could look at, or the restaurant owners, and see what square footage they're willing to give up from indoors, or what is feasible.
Yeah, we can ask that, yeah.
Two minutes for when you wait.
3, I said 3.
Michael Zislis, owner of Downtown Businesses, 36 years here in town. Mayor Howarth, Mayor Pro Tem Lesser, Council. I have this whole speech about how I've spent so much time and money trying to build a new restaurant, that I've been here 36 years. And when I met with met with staff, spent all this money, they said you had to put in this huge trash enclosure. I said, the building's not big enough, you know what I mean? And by the time I figured it out, I'd lose 25% of my kitchen, 15 seating spaces. It made no sense, so I gave up. I threw in the white towel and I said, hell, I'll just call it Bruco again, and I'll just put lipstick and paint on it. And that's what I did. And all I did differently is I made the bathrooms ADA compliant, because you get sued quite a bit. So you made the right decision on the parking lot down there, because you get sued a lot for this ADA stuff. So I did that, and by pulling a permit for a toilet, I had to put in a trash enclosure. And I said, I'm not doing it. So I ended up getting shut down by the city. I ended up having to pay $100,000 in a bond, but it was just cash. I wrote a check for $100,000 to say, let's figure this out. There's no figuring it out. That's why I'm glad today we're figuring it out. The day I opened the restaurant, I invited all council to come down the alley and look at the situation. I feel I've proven myself in 6 months. First of all, I'm the one who designed all these programs for the environment. And I got waste management on board here. I did the food waste with my wife. That's all we're concerned. We're environmentalists, you know what I mean? And we love our downtown. We live in our downtown. So I've proven that it's clean, and I can do it with the 3 trash containers fit within my space. There's a roll-up door, no vermin, no nothing, and I hope you guys can come up with my last line, which I want to just say real quick. I hope the city council staff and businesses can find a creative solutions on a case by case, just like you said, New Orleans. This is an old town. We're not going to change the fabric of our town. We just got to work it out. Thank you.
You did it. Okay. More public comments?
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Mike Sims, Board Member, Downtown Business Association, owner of six restaurants in Manhattan Beach. Anyways, I didn't see any of you at my last trash enclosure ribbon cutting.
Darn it.
I know.
Especially Joe.
See you. And that was a joke. So I am in favor of the moratorium because the current process stagnates development and progress. We saw a chart earlier. Revenues are down. Expenses are up. Guess what? Customers are angry, and we need to fix that. So I think a moratorium is great because it puts the onus on staff to figure this out instead of developers. Where if you discontinue the moratorium and you put together a council and a commission, I actually sat on one of those commissions, and we saw where that went. Thank you. Got a laugh. So let's just make that happen tonight. Put a moratorium. Put it on staff to figure it out. We're creative people. We'll get it done. We have lots behind MB Post. We can do communal trash in. Lot 3 can do a communal trash center. For new development, do a trust but verify condition. So saying, hey, you think you're going to be able to do this trash, operate this business with the trash that you have? Have them open. Prove it. If they don't, then the staff can take away their operating conditions. I have personally invested in slide 13 is my trash enclosure. To beautify it. There was no increase in bins. It solely was a $350,000 increase to our capital for no extra square footage, simply taking a dry cleaners and turning it into a private dining room. It cost me $350,000 in delays, months of rent that I had to pay, fire sprinklers, sewer, re-going through building plans. I can't tell you how many times. So it has real dollar impact. Thank you.
Good evening. Kyle Ransford. I'm an owner of 6 or 7 properties in the downtown. I'll try to be quick. There is a real problem with trash. We shouldn't have icky trash, as pointed out in our alleys in downtown, and we do need to work on addressing that. The current code, as we call it, doesn't quantify the amount of trash enclosures, and hence the problem that we're speaking a bit about tonight. The problem that we're having from the private side is, we heard comments, work with the applicant. This is taking a year in order to get a meeting, to get a phone call, to get returns, and then adequately sizing the bins. I think that the point that you guys have already pointed out is obvious. The presentation tonight says we want to size everything to a 5,000 square foot restaurant. That is a restaurant on 2 lots. There isn't one of 5,000. There are a few of these other sizes. That's not appropriate for the majority of the downtown establishments that are on single lots and often less size than that. Most of these locations are 1,000, 2,000 feet. For them to be required to have the trash of a 5,000 foot piece, 5 times the amount, simply isn't feasible. And there's real problems that are addressed from this. I'll name a few. 1213 Highland, not a project I'm involved in. That building is partially boarded up because a car hit it. They can't get a permit because of trash. It's ongoing for a year. We have a partially boarded up building in downtown Manhattan Beach because we can't work with staff to quickly get to a trash solution for a new business there that's not a restaurant. We've had our own experience in trying to develop a outdoor dining restaurant at 208 that was properly sized, all trash on site in places, but didn't feed the desires of the can size or the distances for waste management to walk. Waste Management's willing to work with us. We should require them to work with us. There are pieces here that can get solved. It's a problem.
Thank you.
Good evening. Jill Lampkin, Downtown Business and Professional Association. I appreciate, Eric, that there was a lot more collaborative feel to that conversation that happened. I do think that all of us are in agreement that we need to be following, all the state codes. But I think there are a lot of creative ways that we can do that. We can come up with some shared enclosures that people can use. Mike Sims has been offering space behind MB Post to do some sort of shared space there. We just need to figure out how to make it work. But what's happening is each individual property is triggering a set defined amount of space that has to be on their property. And there hasn't been a flexibility to say, hey, if I'm going to use 500 square feet of the usable space that I have for trash, can I add on an additional 500 square feet of, money making, revenue generating space? And there hasn't been flexibility of that either. So we just like the opportunity to work with, with staff to help them come up with some solutions. I personally, Mike, you can get mad at me, I suggested perhaps some sort of committee where we all work together. I was on the 15-month committee that got nowhere too. So I understand your frustration. I just do think that the generalities of seeing a 5,000 square foot restaurant, which is why I had originally asked Lisa to put that slide up there, but I don't think you need to see it again, because you realize we don't even have a 5,000 square foot restaurant. We do have the building that Press Juicery is in that I learned this week was built in 1910. 1910. And they are willing to put in a trash enclosure, but we need to work with them on how we go about doing it. So let's just be flexible in how we can make some of these decisions, please. Thank you.
Okay. Other public comments? I'm sorry, for you.
Waiting to.
Wait, you.
I provided a slide and it didn't go up while I was up.
Is this the difference between the
2014.
2014, 2024? We got it. It's up to you.
Yeah, let's put it up,
With no comments.
but no comment. I will represent what you told me. Maybe not every council member saw it. Tell us when it's up. If you need it, I can. Do you, so you don't want it, you can't do, okay.
Okay.
It's, if there's other public comments while we're waiting, we could also go to Zoom, although Martha's also in charge of Zoom, so it's hard for her to do both things at once. Are there, oh, look at this. Is this it? Yes, it is. No,
It's
well,
the next page.
it's the next, yeah.
There you go.
There you go, this one. So what Mr. Zislis is commenting on is that this is what the back of the restaurant, the top image, looked like in 2014, and this is what it looks like now. You can see the trash enclosure there to the right and to the left. You can see the bins fitting in. Correct? Okay. Martha, thank you. Really appreciate it. Okay, were there any other comments on the Zoom? Thank you. We're really making Martha work hard here. Okay, Councilmember Napolitano, your comments.
Thank you. Yes, I brought forward the idea of the moratorium a while back, and really I maintain at this point that we should have a moratorium, and I do think the onus is on the city to work to come up with some solutions here. I think we have to fight, and I appreciate the goals here. We have to meet the goals, of course. The businesses have to meet the goals. We have to store and get rid of our trash and refuse and recycling, whatever it might be, in the best way possible that prevents it from going into the air, into the water, everything. So that's great. You know, when I was talking about containers from, I'm sorry, WM, I was talking in reference to the plastic ones, because I don't recall there being holes in the bottom of the plastic ones. And, you were doing, but that has been a solution for some of our folks, and some have been in the alley. Some are now in enclosures that work for them. But, we have some rather old buildings in our historic commercial areas that one size just isn't going to fit all for them. It shouldn't. It just doesn't work there. And I think we can do better in working with them. And again, I think the onus should be on us to come to work with them on solutions to these issues. And so I would put a moratorium in place until we find that out and bring that back to council with solutions with, of course, Mr. Sims as a volunteer on that committee. And
Sorry.
And I was almost kidding. But yeah, I think we should do more here. I don't think, the sample threshold matrix, and maybe it's adjusting the matrix, okay? Maybe that's where it is. Again, reality, the 5,000. But I don't want to get the aesthetics, though, to take over for just the practical reality that some of these folks, some of these buildings are up against, whether it's the businesses, whether it's the property owners, that they're up against that would really make them reduce in a significant amount either the dining area, the kitchen area, whatever it might be, when there are other solutions available, when we have containers that don't leak, when we have containers that can be closed on top, and when we can check on those and by a walk around and make sure that those are being done and issue citations for those who leave the tops open or whatever it might be. But we need to find some alternative here besides what is here now. What is here now is not going to work. So that's why I support a moratorium at this time. Thank you, Your Honor.
Councilmember Montgomery.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm open to the idea of the moratorium. I don't know. It needs to have a cap. It can't be open-ended. We just take Mike Sims on a committee. It could be 2 years when the thing actually happens, or if it happens at all. The old saying, you want something to die?
Closer if we don't put him on.
Yeah, maybe. Put Mike Zislis on it instead. But I'm scared about committees here. That's where bills and ordinances go to die. So I'm scared we're not going to see an action. It needs to have a cap on a moratorium. I appreciate Kyle's comments too about the chart, Kyle. If you have a smaller restaurant, you shouldn't be paying or the same requirements of a 4,000 square foot restaurant if your restaurant's 1,000 square feet. And I like the fact that we have both property owners and restaurateurs here that will tell you what their issues are. We're not trying to solve it, nothing else to do. We're trying to solve. We had ordinances here 50 years about trash containers. It's not new, folks. What's new is that your friends in Sacramento, let's see, 1989, 2012, 2014, 16, and 22. Sacramento has too much time on their hands. They're trying to hammer these things down your throat. The cities and you, all of us, have to deal with. We can't escape Sacramento's good intentions. And they don't give us dollars to pay for it either. They hammer it down your throat, so you fix it. If you don't do it, they fine you. So here we are. I'm not saying not having a clean alleyway. I agree with the mayor. I hate walking down alleyways behind places and you see all the stuff that leaked out of Waste Management's WM bins down the middle of the alleyway. And you see trash cans out and overflowing. Your visitors come in the summertime, nothing worse than seeing all that stuff overflowing and out. So either A, it's not picked up. I'm not saying you guys didn't pick it up. I'm saying the schedule doesn't work. So there's failures there on all people, on all of our behalfs. So everyone's fault. But we can fix it here. The moratorium needs to have a hard cap on it. It can't be open-ended. It'll never get done. You go back to staff and lower it. Kyle's idea of structuring, modifying, and Steve's, these square footage requirements that make more sense. If we only have one that's over 4,000 square feet, that's different than one that has 1,000 square feet. There should be common sense in there on your square footage requirements for the restaurants. And everybody else should have their own matrix for it. But we need a matrix. We don't have that. Other cities have a common sense matrix. If I'm Kyle, I buy a property in Beverly Hills or Hermosa Beach, they have a layout, what your requirements are. We don't have that. That's on us. We should have this years ago. We didn't do it. Now we're playing catch-up ball, and we're putting the price on Mike and Ron and everybody else that got stuck with the bill after they bought the property. Now you got to make changes all over again. So and here we go. So I'm open to the idea of a moratorium. We put a cap on it, common sense. Without, is this Solicitor Sims or Newman on the committee?
What's your cap?
Whatever the cap, we didn't talk about that. I'm not sure what time frame they could look at with staff would make sense. But something that's reasonable on their end, on our end, that we don't get our hands slapped on Cal Recycle saying that you guys shouldn't take 2 years to get something done. So I'll stop there, Your Honor.
Councilmember Lesser.
I share the concerns of the downtown businesses, particularly the restaurants, and just as Councilmember Napolitano noted, many older cities have more flexible types of ordinances, actually, as Councilmember Montgomery just mentioned, and I'd like to see that in our city. But I'm concerned with the proposed moratorium. I'm concerned because, one, look at our downtown and how much cleaner and more beautiful it is. It responded to policy direction from this council to improve our downtown and also compliant with California law. And that is something I'm concerned about with the moratorium. So if I was to ask the city attorney how this council might proceed to ensure it doesn't get sued and we have liability by purposes of pursuing a moratorium, what are the processes that we might have to be able to address the concerns on an expedited basis through our normal process?
Yeah, the main issue, number one, besides the fact of the Clean Water Act and NPDES requirements, is that we're using a term moratorium, which is used typically in the context of a zoning moratorium, where you prohibit a use so you can study that. But this is not a zone text amendment. This is not a use. And so there may be other ways to address these issues. And if there were 3 votes for proceeding with this, we'd definitely recommend a resolution and a lot more clarity on what, for instance, a cap. What does this mean with respect to new applications? What does this mean with respect to remodels? There's a lot more stuff that we would need to know, and also make sure that we're not in conflict with our waiver and with the Clean Water Act.
To address the desire by our businesses for more urgent action, what timetable or what direction could this council offer to expedite something?
So I'm hearing loud and clear that the status quo is not working for the community. And I would suggest that the council give us 90 days to come back with some real proposals for the council to chew on. I think doing that puts the urgency on staff to get the work done in a reasonable amount of time. I think also we have dozens, if not scores, of applications currently in process, and we don't want to send mixed messages to them that we already have people redesigning their buildings. And if we put a moratorium today, are we frustrating them or are we helping them? Depending on where they're at in the process. And we could commit to come back at the end, essentially the second meeting in February, with some real research, some better solutions, having time to consult with the business community about what they think makes sense too, and something for the council to make an informed next step decision.
Great. Thank you.
Before I make some comments, and I see Councilmember Franklin as well, I see a motion. Can I hear that motion first?
Thank you. The motion would be to direct staff to go back with what they've heard tonight, work with the business community, come back in 90 days with options for the council to consider. In the discussion, the use of the word moratorium was not meant to be a term of art as much as just we need to put a timeout on this, because nothing relieves us. Moratorium does not relieve us of our requirement to maintain trash and enclosures and things like that. But to where we have issues with certain businesses or all the businesses, you have applications, whether they're for new buildings, right? There are differences, there are variables. And so we need you to go back knowing that with what's in the pipeline already and what we already know are the concerns of the community, and work together to bring back some options. That would be my direction to staff.
I second that.
And I see a second on that, and I wanted to make some comments, and I disappeared here. I don't know how I didn't clear my own self. As long as that direction includes working with the business community, because I did hear you say that, but I want to be sure that's really clear, because I appreciate what staff has to do to try to come up with something that meets all the requirements, solves problems, and I understand that. But I do think the flexibility needed in this type of, the way we're built out is really important. And I do think the matrix idea is interesting, but I do think you have to consider that if you're redoing, your restaurant or your building is small and you have a certain amount of space for an enclosure, if you can, I would add a column for amount of service. I think that has to be part of the solution.
The frequency of service.
Yeah, frequency of service. So, but yeah, I'm totally going to support this, and I think this is something that I'm glad you brought forward and we could talk about. Councilmember Franklin.
I agree.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm buying your drink.
I did have one
Election
question
must be
about, does WM collect on Sundays?
Yes, not recycling.
Not
But that
recycling.
was a comment on one of the, so maybe they'll work together and
Okay.
if they'll pay. So I'm going to,
Very
Richard,
practical.
did you need to
Just a
speak?
quick note, Your Honor, the
Yeah.
clarity on
Sorry.
service means trash pickup, folks. That's our eternal buzzword. When we see service, it means trash pickups. That's number one. Another part of clarity is that everybody understands what we're talking about here. So yes, we're not just talking our downtown. It also includes the north end. The
100%.
same issues up there. We're not just talking downtown, because north end will hammer me tomorrow, and so you didn't mention north end.
Well, and the Sepulveda corridor as well.
That's right.
I mean, Boulevard
Citywide,
has
just common sense.
And my
Whole
walk
city.
street.
I think
Just kidding.
Director Lee knows how to get things done. He's heard us loud and clear. I have full faith that he'll come back with perfect options for us.
Agreed. Thank you, Your Honor.
And I'm calling for the question, appreciate that nobody wants a dirty alley or trash. I can't vote.
Try it again. I had to
Wow.
push it a couple
Again.
of times.
What am I pushing?
Your vote screen.
Okay. No, I'm frozen.
Switch back between the.
I just tried. Nope, let's try it.
Okay.
Nope,
Voice vote.
voice vote. Stop.
Councilmember Napolitano?
Yes.
Councilmember Montgomery?
Yes.
Councilmember Franklin?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lesser?
Yes.
Mayor Howard?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
One more thing, Mayor. I believe Mr. Zislis has a deadline by the end of this year,
I was going to ask.
and
yeah.
will forfeit $100,000. And so I think the direction here is to give him more time on that for now. He wants his money back.
Well, I mean, it depends on, yeah,
It could be.
absolutely. He
Yeah.
may end up with that money
Oh,
back.
yeah,
but
definitely.
Definitely, we're not, that's right.
But for now, we're just going to put that on hold in terms of,
That's the law.
Yeah.
we're not going to penalize him $100,000 by December 31st.
No.
We'll go through this process, and at the end of the day, the council will make a decision. Okay?
But that might not be till February, right?
But he won't,
Understood?
but he won't be penalized.
Okay,
I mean, he's not going to, but
But does he get his money back until?
we have a,
So maybe we can do an amendment with the agreement.
Well, there still has to
Okay.
be some agreement between them as to what's going to happen.
Yeah.
So go ahead.
Yeah, so we'll work on an amendment to that agreement to extend the time and include Pliny the Younger on February 4th. It's an inside joke.
Okay.
okay,
We'll work on an amendment.
okay. All right, item 14. Wait, do we lose Richard?
He's all right.
Okay. We have lost some.
You can hear it in there.
Okay, item number 14, Downtown Business Professionals Association requests to change the start time of the Manhattan Avenue closures for the holiday fireworks. And we have Officer Enriquez, Captain Enriquez.
Still here.
We're standing at attention.
That's perfectly fine. I think we all want to stand up, so.
Do we? I don't know.
The condensed.
Good evening, Mayor Whitworth and members of the City Council. I am Andrew Enriquez, your Operations Bureau Captain for the Police Department. Back on November 6th, a presentation was presented to council and the public regarding the changing of hours for closures surrounding the downtown area for the fireworks, the annual fireworks celebration. Since that meeting, we've had an amended request for the Downtown Business and Professional Association to focus specifically on Manhattan Avenue between 12th Street and 11th Street, changing that closure time from what is currently 1 p.m. to 2 p.m., and how that would affect some of the activities. That closure is possible to do. The only thing that it really affects is some of the vendors that the DBPA has hired in years past. With that closure happening at 1, we allow the vendors to come into that area early so they can offload their equipment onto the sidewalk while we focus on towing vehicles that are not parked legally. And then ultimately, once we get the hard lockdowns with the meridian barriers in there, then those vendors can bring their items into the street and be prepared.
So moved, Your Honor.
Okay, I see that.
Public comment?
Yeah, well, and yes, we need public comment or my colleagues' questions.
I have one question.
We have colleagues' question.
Captain, I just want to confirm that the police department then does not have an objection to this amended request?
We don't have an objection to the amended request. It just, the only thing that it does give us is it potentially could push some of the other activities back an hour. If we're going to push this closure an hour, it stands that depending on the number of cars that are parked past the 2 o'clock closure and the time it takes to impound those vehicles and get that area cleared before we can get the meridian barriers in there for the hard closure, that could push everything back an hour. So it will not affect the start time for the actual fireworks, but it will potentially affect the start times for all the activities that happen prior to the fireworks.
There are going to be signs, right, that say tow away in front of each parking spot at a certain hour, right?
Yes.
Okay, so
Your Honor.
I will move my card. Yes, sir.
To be
Of course.
clear, I'm wearing two hats here, the Fireworks Association and Council. So just to be sure, everybody understands what we're talking about here. Well, that's not the first request that they came through and asked. This is a revised request to redo just one stretch of the city to close down early. It has a ripple effect, as Captain Rica just talked about. So I can tell you, the fireworks start with or without anybody's car in place. Rain or shine, it goes off. What affects everybody else, we're going to see what it does. It may do nothing, or it may do a lot more. We're going to find out. But the point is, they want to try it, and the PD's okay with trying an hour earlier. Let's see what happens. But without the threat to public safety, it's one stretch of road. If he's cool with it, we're going to try it.
Okay, appreciate that comment. Any other questions or comments now? Okay, thank you very much for that very thorough report. Public comment. Okay.
Smart.
Okay.
No, no.
Wow. For those watching at home, do you have any comments?
No pressure.
No request on Zoom.
Okay, I'm going to close public comment. Councilmember Napolitano.
As the motion to extend for Manhattan Avenue from between, 11th, 12th Street, the changing it from 1 to 2 p.m. as requested.
I've seconded that motion. Any other comments? I appreciate the willingness to try. And let's vote. And once again, I cannot vote. We need some serious tech issue.
Okay, it's not working. Okay.
Voice vote.
Councilmember Franklin?
Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem
Yes.
Lesser?
Yes.
Mayor Haworth?
Yep.
Councilmember Napolitano?
Yes.
Councilmember Montgomery?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay. All right. In the home stretch here. That was item number 14. Now, on to item 15. Are there any City Council AB 1234 reports?
Why are you looking over here at me?
Because I know.
Yes, Your Honor, I have to report with sadness, but I attended the National League of Cities conference here, and we've been a member, City of Manhattan Beach has been a member of NLC since 1975. Why is that important? Towns and villages of city across the country, across the U.S. and Puerto Rico, come to this conference, and not just all Californians, but everyone across the state, across the country comes. And I would point out it's an amazing place to learn other ideas across the country that we haven't thought of, and not just California, everywhere else. But I'll read the fact that it's 100 years. NLC was founded 100 years ago, so it's pretty important to what has happened. And the good thing about it is not just the people that you meet and what's going on. And as a board member 8 years, I can tell you it's one of the best ones we had. But here's the main topics that we're talking about. AI for city officials, we're seeing it move east to west versus west to east for the first time. They're so much more into it on the east than we are. The conference talked about zero vision. And this is Garcetti's in Sweden, other countries tried. What they mean is they cut off a lane, right? The lane closures, they call it zero vision, to make it more safe in their mind for pedestrians. But it said, instead of zero vision, it's vision zero, what I call it. And I spoke against it, saying it's a complete failure. The number of pedestrians it hurt in LA has climbed the other way around, not down, up. So it works in some cities and countries, complete failure in LA. And our city won't even use the word vision zero, just to make sure they understand that. But the second best way I talked about is drones and air taxis. How many thought the word air taxis would show up in your conversation with officials all over the country? Amazon's there and others. Countries are already doing air taxis, practicing right now as we speak. I know Chief Lankin's thought about air taxis as a fire department issue, but I mean, it's amazing. They brought them there to look at and what cities are using them now as a trial basis. Think of Waymo, but think of air taxis. Yes, so you can't get from Manhattan Beach to LA downtown unless, what, an hour? Stefan, come on, an hour on a good work day? 15 minutes. Air taxis. So they're already out and coming this way, just to give you guys a heads up.
Can't imagine
What
any
about
problems
trash?
there.
What about trash enclosures?
No trash
They didn't
enclosures,
talk about that.
and no firework discussions, and they didn't use the word Tyler Technologies either for some reason. But the good thing that we're there, and I hope the next council, Joe or David or Amy, will become a rep for NLC and go and attend these. It's worthwhile and good information, so I'm glad I was there.
Thank you. It's good to hear.
Torrance was there with 4 council members and the mayor, just letting you know.
You didn't invite us.
Yeah.
Next year, I'll make sure you guys go.
Thank you.
And thank you for your service, too, at NLC, the outgoing president, and for the second time, so.
Third
time.
No one else raised their hand.
Congratulations. Well, that's why they
I'm
keep
looking at
having you
Steve,
back.
but he's not going to raise his hand. He's too smart for
Yeah,
that.
no, sorry.
Thank you.
Okay. Item number, thank you. Any other 1234 reports? Okay. Number 16, consideration of request by Councilmember Napolitano and Councilmember Montgomery.
So we need a third vote.
Okay, I'll do that vote.
I'll do,
You a header on that, Mr. Attorney? You good? Okay.
Okay.
City manager, any direction required or asked for? We were waiting on that.
Outside third party.
We would like some direction on whether this should be prepared inside or by an outside consultant.
Outside.
I second
Do you
that.
have any suggestions of who?
We'll
back to us.
we'll come back with some
Okay.
options.
Sounds good.
That
Yes.
sounds good. And like the methodology,
Yeah.
like how, what they're going to do.
Exactly.
Then we can vote on it.
Our idea is we'll return with options on firms as well as what to include and what not to include.
Sounds great.
Thank you.
Item 17, consideration of a request by Councilmember Franklin and Councilmember Montgomery to consider options regarding Title VII encroachment standards, specifically the 42-inch maximum landscaping height requirement on the walk street connecting 26th Street to Grandview. We need a third vote for that.
Councilman Franklin's going to speak, not me.
Well, we've got 2 right now. We just need, you're looking for a third. Okay.
if there's no third vote, could I ask if there's any interest in providing staff direction on any of this?
And there's no third vote, so like what would you?
No?
Direction would be to
Count-
enforce the code.
Yeah, enforce the
Without a
code.
third vote, the applicant would go through the encroachment process that has been offered to them at this time.
Okay.
So there is an encroachment process.
There is a process to apply for an encroachment permit, which they would have to do either way. And then that encroachment permit, if denied, could be appealed. The appeal would ultimately be heard by the city council after being considered by the PPIC, who would offer a recommendation to the council.
Great, thank you. Okay,
Thank you.
all right. Any other future agenda items?
Yes, Your Honor.
Councilmember Lesser first.
I was going to follow up on an issue raised earlier this evening at the behest of Councilmember Napolitano, and that has to do with the composition of the Parking Public Improvement Commission, and whether there should be a designated business seat.
Second.
Okay.
Third.
Okay.
Was that what you were going to raise?
I feel like there was something no, I'm good. I'm good. All right, is there, let's see. No, city manager report?
None today, thank you.
Yes. the city attorney report, and you may mention that we're going back in closed session, right?
Yes, and I can do that now. We could recess the
Yeah.
6 o'clock meeting and reconvene the 4:30 meeting.
So that is what we're going to do. We're recessing this meeting. We're not adjourning, but we're going to reconvene back in the closed session, 4 PM meeting. Great, thank you.
Live.
Thank you. I'm going to try to get this straight. We are now reconvening into the open session that began at 6 p.m. tonight from closed session. Mr. City Attorney, can
Yes,
you-
there was no reportable action taken in the closed session that started at 4:30 and just concluded.
Okay.
At this time, it would be appropriate to adjourn to 4:30.
4:30 on Tuesday, December
The
3rd.
December 3rd.
So moved.